Chapter 759. Interesting. When he saw the list of immortal materials that Feng Yuan tossed out, Feng Jioge's gaze flashed, and then he calmed down. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal's expression did not change. He leaned back on his chair and asked Murong Jin Shao, who was beside him, "How many refinement path grandmasters do you have in Northern Plains?" The list was filled with refinement Dao immortal materials, and there was an extremely large amount of them. Moreover, the types were extremely disorderly as well, causing it to be dazzling. For Feng Yuan to take it out so quickly, it was obvious that he had prepared it beforehand. Only refinement path Gu immortals would prepare such a list, hoping to gain something from the auction. Murong Jin Shao answered without hesitation, "There are 4 refinement grandmasters in Northern Plains. The first to bear the brunt was Yao clan's rank 8 Gu immortal, Yao Huang. According to rumors, his refinement path attainment had already surpassed Grandmaster, reaching quasi-great Grandmaster level. The second is Murong clan's Gu immortal, Murong Shuexiang. He had once successfully refined a snow path immortal Gu. The third was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou, who had refined Gu for many demonic path Gu immortals. The fourth is a lone cultivator called Lady Miao Li. She is skilled in refining enslavement path Gu worms." The Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal heard this and nodded, not saying anything. The Gu immortal in the 10th secret room is not simple. He wants to find so many Gu refinement materials. Even if he asks for a sky-high price, we can see his extraordinary ambition. In the hall, after the Gu immortals calmed down, they realized this. Now, this situation is interesting. The 2 buyers were both mighty figures with deep financial resources. The seller couldn't be ignored either. His background was mysterious. It's simply unfathomable. Qin Baisheng's eyes were filled with anticipation as he continued to ponder. He was the host of this auction. He knew about the rank 8 Gu immortal in the first secret room. They were from Donghai. Eastern Sea Gu immortals, even if they were rank 8, had to restrain themselves in Northern Plains. Especially in a place like the auction, it was extremely easy for people from other realms to join forces and run against them. Thus, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal and Murong Jin Shao concealed their traces and chose a secret room. Since he was going to participate in the auction, he naturally had to contact Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng helped them hide their identities. At the same time, it was also a form of respect for the first chamber. Immortal zombie Sha Huang looks ordinary. But there was probably a rank 8 old monster supporting him. And this rank 8 great expert was skilled in Gu refinement. Fairy Li Shan probably knew this as well. Otherwise, how could a mere rank 6 immortal zombie fight against the third leader of Snowy Mountain? Why are they so close? Qin Baisheng guessed. To some extent. He had guessed correctly. Because behind Feng Yuan was the land spirit of Lengia, long-hair ancestor was indeed a rank 8 Gu immortal back then. If that's the case, I'll add another 150 thunder sound leaves. After a moment of silence, Feng Jioge made the first move. Gasps could be heard in the hall. The thunder sound leaf was no small matter. It did not exist in the outside world. It could only be nurtured in powerful lightning tribulations. It could be considered an object condensed from the essence of lightning. However, thunder sound leaves had always been rare and precious. Hard to get. This was because ordinary Gu immortals undergo tribulation in their immortal apertures. Xiao Chen was already barely able to split himself up. He did not have the ability to pluck the thunder sound leaves in the lightning tribulation. Even if he had the ability, he would need a secret method to pluck the thunder sound leaves. Thus, even in jewel yellow skies, thunder sound leaves were very rare. But now, Feng Jioge took out 150 thunder sound leaves. He. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal laughed lightly. Is Prince's impatience so stingy? This list clearly states that he needs 280 thunder sound leaves. After pausing for a moment, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal shouted, "I am willing to offer 360 heaven-flying jade." Heaven-flying jade, it is a jade that can fly in the azure sky of the immemorial 9 heavens. This jade is extremely intelligent, it is like a bird or beast, it can avoid being captured by external forces. Who is the person in the first secret room? 360 heaven-flying jade at once, it satisfies the number on the list. The hall was filled with buzzing sounds of discussion. Actually, the Eastern Sea Goo immortal was also feeling heartache. Once, he had a fortuitous encounter and barged into a huge azure sky fragment world to explore. He obtained over 400 heaven-flying jade after much difficulty, but he even got injured in the process. Right now, in order to fight for worldly wave trace immortal goo, he threw out a large number of them to create a powerful attack. In the single room, Feng Jioge snorted coldly, his expression turning solemn. The other party's actions made him understand that the other party was like him, they had to obtain worldly wave trace immortal goo no matter what. Taking out 360 heaven-flying jade at once, it showed the other party's immense strength and wealth. However, who was Feng Jioge? He was the publicly recognized number 1 person in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Even though he was rank 7, he could fight rank 8 goo immortals. With Spirit Affinity House as his backing, and after many years of accumulation, his foundation was incomparably deep. If there was a list of rank 6 or 7 goo immortals in the auction house who could challenge a rank 8 great expert, Feng Jioge would definitely be at the top. Raise the price. Feng Jioge did not hesitate, bidding again, I will add 10,000 star pupil. Star pupil was a rare resource in the immemorial 9 heavens, it could not be found in the 5 regions. It was an immortal material that came from the blue sky. Starlight shone in the blue sky, as the stars moved around, they scattered down countless stardust. Among the endless stardust, there were octagonal ones that were like diamonds, there were pentagonal ones with sharp edges, heptagonal ones, 16-sided ones, there were also hornless stardust that were round. These hornless stardust looked like round gems, the starlight condensed into the shape of the pupil. Thus, it was called star pupil. Feng Jioge's bid shocked the goo immortals. When this list appeared, I thought there would not be such a foolish buyer who would pay such a huge price to exchange for an immortal goo. I was wrong. The list only asked for 8,000 hornless stardust, but Sword Master Yulan directly bid 10,000. This is clearly a counterattack to the opponent. Too rich, too rich. Is this the accumulation of a rank 8? Compared to these people, I am just like a pauper. This is not a good feeling. The Eastern Sea Goo immortal heard Feng Jioge's bid and his breathing froze. To speak the truth, he had not expected that he would provoke an even more intense and powerful counterattack. Even though there are many star pupils. But I need to remind the seller. After all, star pupils also depend on the quality, a broken star pupil and a whole star pupil have different values. The Eastern Sea Goo immortal said. Fang Yuan thought about it, the voice in the first secret room was right, it was indeed so. But the list of immortal materials that Land Spirit of Langia gave him did not mention this. The reason was that Land Spirit of Langia did not think of this. This situation would occur. In his opinion, being able to obtain star pupils was already very rare. It was good enough that he had it. Whether it was in good condition or not was secondary. You have said so much. Make a bid. If you don't, I still have more. Feng Jioge smiled coldly, he continued to attack, listing 7 immortal materials, including realm sand, sun salt, plain fire, and star han wind. Even though the quantity was not as high as the list. But the variety was shocking. A goo immortal sighed, Fairy Yulan is cold and arrogant, she is going all out. The opponent did not make a bid, but she actually raised the price again. A goo immortal beside him analyzed in a soft voice, this is only an auction strategy. In my opinion, the mysterious goo immortal in the first secret room has a huge background, he will not give up so easily. Feng Jioge's bid alerted the Eastern Sea Goo immortal in the first secret room. That's right, The other party can take out such a list, he probably cultivates refinement path. Goo refinement requires many materials. No matter how many of a material there is, it is useless. The other party made such a bid. It will no doubt attract more buyers, I need to change my strategy. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal thought about it before speaking again. He and Feng Jioge continued to bid, listing a large number of immortal materials. The Goo Immortals in the hall were dumbfounded, they felt like they were in a dream. After several rounds, be it Feng Jioge or the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal, their breathing became rough. In the secret room, Goo Immortal Murong Jin Shao, who was standing at the side, was speechless. These two lunatics. In a single room, Rank 8 Goo Immortal 5 Elements Grandmaster shook his head, sighing helplessly. He cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth path, he needed all 5 path Goo worms. He had wanted to bid for water path Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace, but looking at the situation now, he wisely gave up on competing. Feng Yuan was also surprised. If the immortal materials listed by Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal were added together, he would have gathered almost half of the materials on the list. Of course, Feng Yuan could only choose one of them. There would not be 2 winners in this auction. Feng Yuan was not overjoyed, his gaze flickered with uncertainty. The other party was not a fool, they were pursuing Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo so intensely, it meant that this Immortal Goo could bring them greater benefits. I bid 5 kilograms of drunken immortal chi. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal called out again. The auction hall buzzed, it was like a small explosion had occurred. What is drunken immortal chi? This is also an immortal material, but it is rather rare. Even Goo Immortals can get drunk from it, it can only be produced in special environments. This drunken immortal chi is usually sold in strands. Even in jewel yellow skies, the concentrated drunken immortal chi is sold in 2 grams. Since when is it being sold in kilograms? The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal was truly rich, this heavy blow made Feng Jioge's expression turn grim. Feng Jioge knew the value of this drunken immortal chi, 5 kilograms was simply too shocking. Feng Jioge hesitated, if he were to bid again, it would be worth at least 5 kilograms of drunken immortal chi. He could not help but think calmly, asking himself, is it worth it to pay such a price for 1 Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo? Of course it was worth it. Water Pavilion had been the hope of Spirit Affinity House for many years. Although Spirit Affinity House had all the recipes of Water Pavilion, Mortal Goo were easy to refine, but the 3 Immortal Goo were unique. In order to get closer to Water Pavilion, Spirit Affinity House's mission details were clear, every core Immortal Goo they retrieved would have a huge mission reward. In that case, let's do it. Feng Jioge thought rapidly, after making up his mind, he gritted his teeth and took out another Immortal Goo. This is the Strength Path Immortal Goo Pulling Water. He bid. Chapter 760. The silence did not last for long, the auction hall erupted with commotion. The Goo Immortals discussed, many Goo Immortals in the hall directed their gazes towards a single room. This single room was where Fairy Yulan was at. Everyone subconsciously wanted to see what expression Swordmaster Yulan, who made such a shocking decision, had. As the host, Qin Baisheng was also a little dazed, he asked, exchanging 2 for 1, Fairy Yulan, is this your intention? Precisely. Since Feng Jioge had made this decision, he did not hesitate anymore. Hearing Feng Jioge's confirmation, the discussions in the hall quieted down. Feng Jioge was a Sound Path Goo Immortal, why did he have 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo? In fact, he had far more than these 2 Immortal Goo. Feng Jioge had led more than 10 Goo Immortals to Northern Plains secretly, he had an important mission. The first task was to find out the true culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower and the arrangements made by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The second task was to collect as many Immortal Goo as possible. To achieve this goal, the Central Continent Goo Immortals who came to Northern Plains prepared many methods. One of them was to bring many immortal goo from their sects with the intention of exchanging for goo. After all, goo worms were hard to snatch. A goo master could easily make a goo worm self-destruct with just a thought. Immortal goo were also like long-wind literature. Most of these immortal goo were from obscure paths. For example, strength path, chi path, and so on. Northern Plains information had always been in the hands of the 10 great ancient sections. Qin Bai Sheng had never concealed the matter of the auction. He had even purposely publicized it. Feng Jioge and the rest had already heard of this when they were in Central Continent. One could say, this time, Feng Jioge infiltrated the auction. It was not an impromptu decision, it was a premeditated action. In the current world, strength path was not flourishing, it was already declining. Those with conditions and ambition would not choose to cultivate strength path even if they were beaten to death. Using these goo worms to exchange for other goo worms. To the 10 great ancient sects, this was a form of victory. Eastern Sea's goo immortals were rank 8 great experts. However, in comparison, he still lost to Feng Jioge. After all, Feng Jioge's trip was supported by the 10 great ancient sections. Meanwhile, Eastern Sea's goo immortals secretly infiltrated Northern Plains to participate in this auction. It was completely personal. Feng Jioge had the courage to trade 2 for 1, but he didn't. However, he was unwilling to give up. So he made a final effort and bid, I will add, a giant sandalwood sacred elephant egg. Soon after, a wave of soft exclamations resounded in the hall. The sandalwood sacred elephant is an ancient desolate beast. After it grows up, it can battle rank 7 goo immortals. The key is to nurture them from a young age so that they can build a deep relationship. The chance of betrayal is very small. A living ancient desolate beast is worth far more than that. If it was handled properly. It was like an inexhaustible treasury. The blood of a sacred elephant was a first-rate immortal ingredient. The sacred elephant's sandalwood tusks can be used to grow again. The goo immortals in the first secret room have taken a different approach. This is a good choice, an immortal goo and an ancient desolate beast, both have their advantages and disadvantages, it is hard to choose between them. Immortal goo are unique, but ancient desolate beasts are also very useful. Especially when the seller seems to have some interest in refinement path, he might be moved and choose the ancient desolate beast. Everyone discussed. At this point, Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea goo immortals stopped bidding. The current situation was hard to say. Feng Jioge was trading 2 for 1, he was bold enough and had a higher chance of winning. But if the Eastern Sea goo immortals dealt with it well, they had a chance of winning. The auction gradually quieted down, everyone was waiting for Fang Yuan to make his decision. How did this unexpected auction end, and who did Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace end up in? Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. Fang Yuan thought about it and made his decision, secretly informing Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng nodded and announced, the seller has decided to sell Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo to Fairy Yulan. Once he said this, everyone let out a sigh of relief and started discussing. It is reasonable that Fairy Yulan can win. It is 2 for 1 after all. If I had to choose, I would choose the ancient desolate beast. After all, 2 immortal goo require a lot of immortal essence. This Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, which lucky fellow did it belong to? It was actually sold at such a high price, exchanging 1 immortal goo for 2 immortal goo. That's right, if I did not see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Fairy Yulan, or rather, the prince's impatience behind her, they definitely have other motives. They are not fools, since they can pay such a high price, they will definitely get more benefits. As long as there is demand, there will be a market. There will be profits. The greater the demand, the greater the profit. Not just them, Fang Yuan was also trying to guess the intentions of this sword master Yulan in buying Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo at such a high price. Prince's impatience. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal muttered this name, his expression turning slightly grim. The auction continued. Next was an Earth Path Immortal Goo. But the atmosphere had fallen drastically. Most of the Goo immortals were still thinking about what happened earlier, many of them were still discussing softly. Everyone finally saw what it meant to be rich and imposing. It was an eye-opener. Even though many people were suspicious, Prince's Impatience was a transformation path Goo cultivator. Why would he suddenly be interested in a water path immortal Goo? But the thoughts of a rank 8 great expert were unfathomable. It was not something that outsiders could make wild guesses about. An immortal Goo of a mainstream path was quickly sold after several rounds of bidding. It gave people a feeling of dejection. Qin Baisheng was helpless about this. He could only smile bitterly to himself. After that, it was a downturn. After all, Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea Goo immortals bidding had a domineering aura. Everyone's morale was greatly weakened. Feng Yuan sat in a secret room, playing with 2 strength path immortal Goo as he patiently watched the auction continue. The auction of immortal Goo was carried out on the spot. Those immortal materials. Feng Yuan checked them, the quantity and quality were all correct. The 2 strength path immortal Goo were cooperated by Feng Jioge. They had already been completely refined by Feng Yuan, becoming his own. Similarly, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo was in Feng Jioge's hands. This is Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. After so many years, it has finally returned to Spirit Affinity House's hands. Feng Jioge sighed lightly, feeling quite emotional. Immortal Goo were auctioned one by one. After some time, the auction house's atmosphere became lively again. Next is the 34th auction item. Strength Path Immortal Goo Cauldron Strength. This is a rare defensive Strength Path Immortal Goo. When activated, it can form a Strength Cauldron. It can defend oneself. The seller wants a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Qin Baisheng said loudly. The Goo immortals in the hall, however, showed little interest. Strength Path was already declining, few people cultivated it, thus the market was small. Among the owners of Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, while they were secretly anxious, a hoarse and unique voice came from a single room. Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Enduring Affection of Children. This voice, it is Domination Immortal Chu Du. Shortly after, someone in the hall shouted. That's right, it should be him, his voice is so hoarse. To think that Domination Immortal also came. What is so strange about this? Lord Chu Du is a famous strength path expert. Why would Qin Baisheng not invite him? Domination Immortal Chu Du. In a single room, Feng Jioge drank tea. His eyes brightened. Before coming to Northern Plains, he had already obtained information. Information on Domination Immortal Chu Du. It was voluminous and contained a lot of information. Feng Jioge attached great importance to it. Chu Du was a rare strength path Goo immortal. Not only did he have great battle strength, he was also brimming with talent, creating a brand new strength path. Strength path was a huge path, it had once been glorious. Right now, strength path was divided into beast strength phantom style, whether heaven and earth style, and human strength June strength style. Beast strength phantom style was bull strength, tiger strength, and so on. The strength path immortal Goo that Feng Yuan obtained not long ago, Iron Crown Eagle strength Goo, belonged to this path. Whether heaven and earth style was wind strength, water strength, fire strength, and so on. For example, when Feng Yuan auctioned Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, he obtained Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water, they belonged to this path. Human strength June strength style was Jin strength Goo, strength of 10 Jin Goo, strength of June Goo, strength of 10 June Goo, strength of 100 June Goo, and so on. This small path was created by Domination Immortal Chu Du alone. He led the trend and allowed the old strength path to regain the glory of youth. Right now, human strength June strength style was the mainstream of strength path in the 5 regions. In Northern Plains, most Goo masters had a foundation in strength path. Almost all of them used Jin strength Goo, strength of 10 Jin Goo, strength of June Goo, strength of 10 June Goo, and so on. It could be said that domination immortal Chu Du alone changed the current situation of strength path. He influenced the situation of all the Gu cultivation paths in the world. Such a person, Feng Jioge had to pay attention to him, a lot of attention in fact. Northern Plains has many battles, it is also a place where heroes emerge. If there is a chance, I need to meet this domination immortal. Feng Jioge's lips curled into an excited smile. Meeting all the heroes in the world, this was the pride of a true man. At this time, a voice resounded, one delight in water and mountain immortal Gu, and 5,000 kilograms of cloud mud. Guh. Feng Jioge spat out the tea in his mouth, his eyes were wide open, he no longer had his calm expression earlier. Delight in water and mountain immortal Gu. He gasped, damn it, the thing I was worried about still happened. Immortal Gu could be auctioned, they could also be used as bargaining chips to exchange for other immortal Gu. If not for this, the immortal Gu in the records would be stuck and could not be traded, it would be very detrimental to the auction. Feng Jioge naturally understood this rule, he was also the most worried. Whatever he was worried about happened. Fang Yuan had a need for Strength Path Immortal Gu, he had been paying attention to this Strength Path Immortal Gu for a long time. Throwing out Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu now was one of his original plans. Heaven Pillar Wind Path. Facing Fang Yuan's competition, Domination Immortal Chu Du raised his bid. Heaven Pillar Wind was very special, it originated from green heaven. It was shaped like a giant pillar, extremely tall and long. When Heaven Pillar Wind blew, it would not move, it would blow on the spot. From the outside, it looked like a giant pillar that could support the sky. One Heaven Pillar Wind had a high value, it was not inferior to the 150 thunder sound leaves that Feng Jioge had bid earlier. Domination Immortal Chu Du. Fang Yuan muttered, he had a realization, it seems that you are my greatest competitor this time. Chapter 761. 10th Secret Room bids for a complete Heavenly Dragon skeleton and 30 tails of Earth Fiend powder. Qin Baixing stood on the platform, announcing loudly. Chu Du frowned. He had just bid for a Heaven Pillar Wind and the Gu Immortal in the 10th Secret Room immediately increased the bid without hesitation. This is a formidable opponent. Chu Du sighed inwardly. Earlier, Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal competed, eventually exchanging 2 for 1, the 10th Secret Room gained quite a lot. This was something everyone in the auction knew. Chu Du felt some pressure. He was an old generation Gu cultivator with rank 7 cultivation level, he had a deep foundation, at his peak, he had over 10,000 immortal yuan stone. But times had changed. Chu Du's immortal aperture underwent tribulation recently, but his foundation became thinner because of it. Thus, he broke through the heavenly wind Qi wall and entered White Heaven to explore, replenishing his resources. In the end, he made some gains, but he was injured. To heal his injuries, he borrowed other people's immortal Gu, he expended a lot of them, he made a loss in the end. The immemorial 9 heavens were rich in resources, but it was also a dangerous place. To gain something, one had to take risks. Thus, Chu Du was short of money now. But Strength Path Defensive Immortal Gu are rare. I have been a Strength Path Gu Immortal for so many years, but I have only encountered one today. If I do not try to get it, I will regret it in the future. Chu Du thought of this and gritted his teeth, continuing to bid. But no matter how much he bid, Fang Yuan kept on bidding. After a few rounds, Chu Du could not hold on any longer, he secretly sent a message to Qin Baixing, wanting to communicate with the 10th Secret Room. Qin Baixing was surprised, but his expression did not change, he secretly asked Fang Yuan. After getting Fang Yuan's permission. Only then did Chu Du send a letter to Secret Room number 10. In the letter, if Fang Yuan could withdraw from the competition, Domination Immortal Chu Du would owe Fang Yuan a favor, he would do something of equivalent value for Fang Yuan in the future. If Fang Yuan did not believe it, he could use an immortal Gu to make an oath. Not only that, Chu Du would also provide Feng Yuan with precious information on how to obtain Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning. Feng Yuan was pleasantly surprised as he read the letter. Domination Immortal Chu Du's letter was undoubtedly to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu, but he did not have enough wealth. Therefore, he wanted to negotiate with Feng Yuan. Of course, Feng Yuan would not agree. He was also a Strength Path Gu Immortal, he naturally wanted this rare Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. As for the Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true intent, Feng Yuan also had a rough understanding of it. In fact, he was someone who had personally benefited from it. I had originally thought that Domination Immortal Chu Du was very wealthy, but I didn't think that he would be exposed so quickly. It seemed that he was out of luck. It was the lowest point. He. Feng Yuan snickered as he made another bid, adding a huge counterweight. Chu Du gritted his teeth and joined in the bidding, but the items he used were all scraped together. Feng Yuan bid again. He used a rank 7 immortal material. It could be used as the main material for refining rank 7 immortal Gu. It was very expensive. Chu Du sighed. Unwilling to give up, he gathered all sorts of materials again, bidding for many rank 6 immortal materials. Its total value was equivalent to Feng Yuan's rank 7 immortal material. This time, the Gu immortals in the hall could see some clues. Strange, Lord Chu Du seems to be struggling. I vaguely heard that Domination Immortal underwent a tribulation several months ago. It seems that this tribulation injured him deeply. Chu Du had once borrowed Healing Immortal Gu from Yao Huang. Apparently he paid a huge price. Everyone whispered to each other, sighing. Chu Du was secretly anxious. There was another person who was even more anxious than him, that was Feng Jioge. This Domination Immortal is too incompetent. Feng Jioge was disappointed. He was still hoping that Chu Du would be able to dominate the 10th secret room. He would be able to suppress the 10th secret room and advance triumphantly, obtaining victory. But Chu Du was famous, but he did not have much wealth now. Feng Jioge could not bear to watch this. He had to think of ways to prevent Feng Yuan from winning. Worldly Wave Trace and Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu are in the hands of the Gu Immortal in the 10th secret room. This person is mysterious and seems to have a huge origin. He might even be the culprit behind the Imperial Court case. I know about him or her, but he or she does not know about me. Right now, the enemy is in the open while I am in the dark. If I directly ask him or her to buy Delight in Water and Mountain, it might not be appropriate. Not only will I alert him or her, if he or she notices something and decides not to sell the Immortal Gu, that would be even worse. Feng Jioge continued to think. He was a strategist, he was skilled in both literature and martial arts. If not for this, Spirit Affinity House would not have given him such an important task, sending him to infiltrate Northern Plains as the leader. If I directly make a move and participate in the auction, it would not be appropriate. Even though I am using Swordmaster Yulan's identity, I have already bought Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. If I openly buy Worldly Wave Trace again. If the person in the 10th secret room knows about the secret of Water Pavilion, the chances of me being exposed would be much higher. Feng Jioge had disguised his identity and infiltrated Northern Plains. Even though he had great battle strength, he was fighting in a guest's territory. He had his concerns. The most annoying thing is, in this auction, even if I outbid everyone else, if I do not choose the seller, I will still fail. If I directly make a move, even if I suppress everyone, there is no meaning. And there was another point, even if Feng Jioge succeeded in the auction and bought Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu, what would he use it for? He did not need Strength Path Immortal Gu, he would instead sell Strength Path Immortal Gu to exchange for other suitable Immortal Gu. Feng Jioge's mouth was a little dry from the thought. He took a sip of tea and felt a little regretful. If I wasn't alone this time, or if I had companions to help me, it would be much easier to deal with this problem. But firstly, his vaguely familiar face was an immortal killer move, it was hard to teach it to others. Secondly, the Gu immortals around Prince's Impatience could not use it. This reason was simple, if Feng Jioge's identity was exposed, it would not have much to do with Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience could announce that he did not know anything, it would be easier for him to continue hiding. After thinking about it, Feng Jioge finally calmed down and secretly contacted Domination Immortal Chu Du. The Gu Immortals in the single rooms and the main hall could contact each other directly. Unlike the secret room, Chu Du needed Qin Bai Sheng as the middleman to contact Fang Yuan. As long as the Gu Immortals in the secret room were not willing to communicate, they could not communicate with each other. Chu Du felt strange when he received Swordmaster Yulan's letter. He was close to Yao Huang, but had only met Prince's impatience once. In the letter, Feng Jioge said directly. He was willing to help Chu Du obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. But he had a request, he hoped Chu Du could give him the immortal material True Heaven Silver. It seems that getting injured in this exploration of White Heaven was worth it. 600 kilograms of True Heaven Silver is extremely rare even in jewel yellow skies. With Swordmaster Yulan's help, we can still compete. Chu Du naturally had some suspicions towards Feng Jioge's true motive. But he had always been eager to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. Chu Du immediately replied to Feng Jioge, thanking him for his help. He also said that after the matter was completed, he would tell him the exact location of the True Heaven Silver. With Feng Jioge's help, Chu Du had confidence, he started bidding again. The changes in the world were mysterious and interesting. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when Chu Du died in battle, the person who killed him was Feng Jioge. But now, because of Fang Yuan, the two of them had secretly joined hands with Yin Changyang. Both sides working together was a win-win situation. To Chu Du, he needed Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. Feng Jioge's help was like coal in a snowstorm. To Feng Jioge, what he helped Chu Du would return to him in the future. He paid the least, but achieved his goal of obstructing Fang Yuan. After several rounds of bidding, the price became higher and higher. Chu Du seemed to have made a comeback. He seemed to have more confidence, bidding without hesitation. Fang Yuan gasped, feeling surprised. The immortal materials from Langya Blessed Land had been used up. He had no choice but to use the immortal materials he obtained earlier as capital. This situation caused Feng Jioge to involuntarily feel suffocated. These immortal materials were what he had previously. To think that after they were leaked out, they would be used as a weapon against him so quickly. But Feng Jioge had no choice but to persevere, while calculating his limits. It seems the situation with Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu is going to repeat itself. Domination Immortal Chu Du seems to be very interested in this Strength Gu. He is determined to get it. The 10th secret room has been asking for a Strength Path Immortal Gu, opposing Chu Du. Neither side is willing to give in. It seems that there will be another round of auction. In the main hall, the Gu Immortals discussed. Fang Yuan could not sit still anymore, he left his seat and started pacing around in the secret room. Chu Du clearly had no hope, that's why he sent this letter. But how did he suddenly gain wealth again? Is this a plan to feign weakness? Impossible. Unless there is a hole in his head, he would not use such a clumsy plan. In that case, someone must be helping him. Fang Yuan frowned as he thought deeply, he had a premonition, but he could not grasp it. Who was this person who was helping him? Why was he helping him? On the surface, it seemed like the two were competing, but Fang Yuan felt that there was a mastermind behind the scenes. Fang Yuan knocked on his immortal zombie head, before returning to his seat and using the wills in his mind to help him think. He thought while bidding. After 2 exchanges, he suddenly opened his eyes. Bright light flashed in his eyes, he had some gains from his earlier thoughts, he had some guesses. I must get this Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan shouted, putting up a brave front, what else does the seller need, just state it, I will try my best to satisfy them. Same here, what does the seller need, state it. Chu Du was silent for a while before following up without showing any weakness. The main hall was in a commotion. The person in the 10th secret room is not simple, he is directly challenging Chu Du. As expected, it has started. Is there going to be a second wave? This was the situation during the auction of worldly wave trace Gu. Now, let's see what the seller needs. The seller did not think for long, immediately stating a new request, a wisdom path inheritance. Seeing this request, Chu Du smiled bitterly. He did not have any wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path had been passed down for a long time, but it had always been passed down to only one person. It was extremely mysterious and rare. The seller saw the intense competition and became greedy, making such an excessive request. Feng Jioge also smiled bitterly. He had many immortal Gu, but the seller's request for a wisdom path inheritance was truly difficult for him. Wisdom path was extremely rare. Only a few sects among the 10 great ancient sects had a few wisdom path inheritances. Feng Yuan had offered a high price in jewel yellow skies for a wisdom path inheritance, but he had never gotten it. In the end, he was lucky and only obtained an incomplete inheritance, and the other party urgently needed an ancient desolate beast corpse. There were many wisdom path Gu worms, but wisdom path inheritances were very rare. Chapter 762. The seller was asking for a wisdom path inheritance. This was making things difficult for them. The list of immortal materials that Feng Yuan threw out earlier, most Gu immortals had at least some of them, but wisdom path inheritances were rare. Moreover, even wisdom path Gu immortals would not sell their own inheritances, the foundation of their existence, to others so easily. Chu Du did not have a wisdom path inheritance, neither did Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan only had an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, and it was quite incomplete. It could not meet this requirement. He sat on his seat and licked his dry lips, not speaking, but his heart was filled with anticipation. For a moment, be it the 10th secret room or domination immortal Chu Du, no one spoke. The hall fell into a strange silence. Gradually, the hall became filled with discussions. Asking for a wisdom path inheritance, this condition is too difficult. Wisdom path immortal Gu are easy to obtain, but they actually want to obtain a wisdom path inheritance? Hee. This is greed. The 10th secret room and domination immortal cannot take out such a condition. The heated scene earlier has already been ruined. Maybe this cauldron strength immortal Gu will not be auctioned. But this is not a big deal. If an immortal Gu is not auctioned, according to the procedure, there will be a second round of auction. The seller of cauldron strength immortal Gu also sensed something amiss. He was anxious and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Qin Baixing received the seller's transmission and announced, a wisdom path inheritance does not need to be complete, even an incomplete wisdom path inheritance is fine. Of course, the higher the degree of completion, the better. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He had an extremely incomplete wisdom path inheritance in his possession. In the 10th secret room. His voice was heard, I happen to have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance with me. Chu Du heard Feng Yuan's voice and his heart jumped. He did not even have an incomplete inheritance. But he still had some hope in his heart. His hope was naturally placed on Swordmaster Yulan. In his opinion, Swordmaster Yulan had the support of Princess Impatience. Her foundation was extremely deep. She might not necessarily have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. Spirit Affinity House did have some incomplete wisdom path inheritances. But he did not have any now. He quickly used Whole Earth Gu in his immortal aperture to transmit the information. He contacted the other 9 Central Continent Gu immortals. The 9 Central Continent Gu immortals naturally knew about Feng Jioge's actions. In fact, they were already lurking around the Scarlet Reed Marsh. They were waiting to receive Feng Jioge. After receiving Feng Jioge's message, there were 2 people with incomplete inheritances. One was Old Oracle. He came from Ancient Soul Sect and was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. The other was Chen Jinqi of the 10,000 Dragon Dock. A flying grandmaster. He had once explored a ruin and obtained one by chance. Naturally, Feng Jioge was overjoyed when he received the two's reply. He hurriedly negotiated with them. Wisdom Path inheritance, even if it was an incomplete inheritance, was very valuable. Old Oracle and Chinjinchi were not from the same sect as Feng Jioge. Even if they were from the same sect, they still had to settle their debts. They communicated for a while. Feng Jioge finally reached an agreement with Chinjinchi and paid a heavy price. He bought the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance from him. But after getting it, Feng Jioge hesitated. He could help Chu Du with the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But that would be too obvious. He had deceived Chu Du earlier, saying that he wanted the immortal material True Heaven Silver in Domination Immortal's possession. But now, for a mere True Heaven Silver, he wanted to help a precious incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. This was like sacrificing a watermelon for a sesame seed. It was too unreasonable. Feng Jioge could completely expect that once this inheritance was taken out, Chu Du would immediately suspect his true motive. Sigh, if only I had a comrade who knew me well by my side and could make a move now. Feng Jioge sighed again. In this situation, there is an 80% chance that the seller will choose the 10th secret room. It is a pity that when auctioning immortal goo, I cannot contact the seller directly. Just as Feng Jioge was willing to risk Chu Du's suspicions and take out the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance to help him, Chu Du said, I do not have an inheritance, I will withdraw from this auction. Feng Jioge was stunned. It turned out that after waiting for a while, the tiny hope in Chu Du's heart gradually faded away. He put himself in their shoes. He did not have a deep relationship with Swordmaster Yulan and Princess Impatience, they were only helping him because of the True Heaven Silver. Even if they had a Wisdom Path inheritance, why would they sacrifice so much to help him? Just for a mere 600 kilograms of True Heaven Silver? That was clearly impossible. Chu Du was a smart person. Even though he was a lone cultivator, he still had some pride. Right now, Fang Yuan had already made a bid. With so many people watching, Chu Du could not remain silent. Thus, he admitted his failure and withdrew from this auction. Feng Jioge's expression sank. The moment Chu Du announced his withdrawal, he realized the cause and effect. At once, Fang Yuan's victory was set in stone. Feng Jioge did not know what to say. Should he blame Chu Du for being too smart, putting himself in the shoes of others? Feng Jioge himself had hesitated as well. In the end, he lacked companions by his side, so his hands and feet were tied when he did things. However, it is not impossible to sell delight in water and mountain immortal goo. After the public auction, there will still be free transactions. Feng Jioge consoled himself, his mind quickly calming down. He had experienced many storms, his setbacks were no less than Fang Yuan's. If not for this, he, Feng Jioge, would not have become who he was today. A person like Feng Jioge had many similarities with Fang Yuan. They were both unyielding, they did not care about momentary success or failure, they were adaptable. The situation of the auction for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo was clear now. Domination Immortal Chu Du withdrew, while Fang Yuan offered an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But when Qin Baisheng made the first bid for Fang Yuan, a third competitor appeared. 11th Secret Room is also willing to bid. It is offering a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and immortal materials of equal value to the 10th Secret Room. Qin Baisheng suddenly announced. This unexpected situation made the Goo Immortals in the hall interested again. Another mysterious Goo Immortal is bidding. 11th Secret Room actually offered such a high price. The auction is indeed very deep. Since when did Strength Path Immortal Goo become so popular? Everyone is competing for them. Qin Baisheng was even more curious than the others. He knew that Tai Baiyunsheng and Fang Yuan came together, they should be in the same group. Why did they suddenly fight amongst themselves? Not just him, even the person involved, Tai Baiyunsheng, was confused. He had only just received Fang Yuan's message, thus he made the bid. In any case, the seller could only choose one person to transact, whether it was Fang Yuan or Tai Baiyunsheng, they would only get one price. From start to finish, Fang Yuan did not violate the rules of the auction. In the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan sat on his seat, his fingers tapping on the large handle. He closed his eyes, leaving only a slit as he made another bid, competing with Tai Bai Yunsheng. After bidding several times, Tai Bai Yunsheng put together all sorts of things, showing his lack of financial resources. Next, he purposely remained silent before bidding, showing his hesitation. After bidding a few more times, Tai Bai Yunsheng received Qin Baisheng's notice. After getting his permission, Tai Bai Yunsheng received a letter from someone else. The content of this letter was roughly the same as the one he had written to Domination Immortal. With the reason that he fancied a certain precious immortal material in Tai Bai Yunsheng's bid, seeing that Tai Bai Yunsheng was not strong enough, he was willing to sponsor him in exchange for the immortal material. Junior brother, as you expected, someone is willing to sponsor me. Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately reported this matter to Fang Yuan. Oh. Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, subconsciously straightening his back. Who is it? Sword Master Yulan. Sword Master Yulan. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. Sword Master Yulan. Prince's impatience. He could not sit still, directly stood up, and started pacing. Fang Yuan's arrangement just now was just a test that stemmed from some kind of guess. Now that the test had a result, this result made Fang Yuan feel very surprised. Domination Immortal Chu Du must have received sponsorship to compete with me. This person is very likely to be Swordmaster Yulan. If it is really her, why did she sponsor Chu Du first, and then Tai Bai Yunsheng, for what? I am afraid it is not because of the immortal material, but to prevent my delight in water and mountain immortal goo from falling into the hands of others. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo has no use in my hands, so I sold it. If it falls into the hands of the seller of Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, he will not sell Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo if he needs it. Swordmaster Yulan had spent a huge sum earlier, using 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo to buy Worldly Wave Trace Goo. Now, she is thinking of ways to stop my Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo. For what? The answer had already flashed in his mind. That was the Rank 7 Immortal Goo House, Water Pavilion. Fang Yuan paced as he pondered. After a while, he suddenly stopped and raised his head to look. The secret room had a picturesque scenery, but Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie, as if he could see through layers of illusions. He could see the many Goo immortals in the hall, Swordmaster Yulan in the single room, and even the central continent outside of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as ice. He sneered in his heart, amazing, this is a great investment. In my previous life, during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, a certain Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House successfully attracted Prince's impatience with his emotions. Prince's impatience suddenly joined Spirit Affinity House, catching everyone off guard. They almost killed Ma Hongyun, who was already rank 7, causing the situation in Northern Plains to worsen. A large number of Northern Plains Goo immortals were sacrificed, countless territories were lost. Spirit Affinity House became the #1 sect among the 10 great ancient sections. To think that Prince's impatience was a pawn of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Jioge had vaguely familiar face disguise. Fang Yuan could not find out the truth. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent Feng Jioge and the other Goo immortals to infiltrate Northern Plains. It was an important secret mission. Several Wisdom Path Goo immortals had worked together to conceal all traces. With Fang Yuan's intelligence-gathering ability, he naturally could not find out anything. Chapter 763. This Swordmaster Yulan has brilliant methods. If not for Chu Du's letter to me, I would not have found out. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would not have connected the dots. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Feng Jioge's scheming ability was not inferior to Fang Yuan's. Thus, when they made their moves, they were like the spring breeze and rain, leaving no traces behind. But in this battle of wits, Fang Yuan was slightly superior. Firstly, Feng Jioge was tricked by Chu Du. Domination Immortal's letter to Fang Yuan was not known to Feng Jioge. If he knew, he would not have done this. But Chu Du would not tell him for no reason. After all, this was a matter of losing face. At the same time, Chu Du had always thought that Feng Jioge truly wanted his immortal material, the true heaven silver. Feng Jioge's second weakness was that he did not have any companions. He was also using a fake identity, he had too many concerns and his hands were tied. Unlike Fang Yuan, he had Tai Bai Yunsheng to help him, saving him a lot of trouble. Feng Jioge's third misfortune was that his opponent, Fang Yuan, was not simple, he was someone who had been reborn. With his previous life's memories, even if he did not know the truth, he could deduce many secrets from certain major events. Fang Yuan sat down again, he quoted the price and acted with Tai Bai Yunsheng while thinking. Now, the situation had changed. Fang Yuan was kept in the dark at first, but now that he had a grasp of the situation, he found out Swordmaster Yulan's motive. Although he did not know the true identity of Swordmaster Yulan, Fang Yuan had the initiative, while Feng Jioge did not know that Fang Yuan had already seen through his motive. This was a great situation where the enemy was in the open and he was in the dark. Right now, Fang Yuan was thinking about whether to keep Delight in Water and Mountain Goo and ruin Spirit Affinity House's plan. Or to exchange for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, or to directly sell Delight in Water and Mountain Goo to Swordmaster Yulan. To sell it to Swordmaster Yulan. With Fang Yuan's breadth of mind, it was not to the extent that he could not see others doing well. If he could satisfy Spirit Affinity House in exchange for tempting benefits, Fang Yuan would definitely do this. But on the other hand, Fang Yuan could not bear to part with Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. This Strength Path Defensive Immortal Goo was very rare. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Just as Fang Yuan was hesitating, a voice came from the single room. A Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, Good Thought Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and twice the amount of immortal materials. To bid for this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. The hall was in an uproar. Because the Goo Immortal bidding for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo had an extraordinary background, he was one of the 5 great rank 8 Goo Immortals of Northern Plains, Refinement Path Goo Immortal Yao Huang. The Medicine Sovereign is participating in the auction as well. He is a Refinement Path Goo Immortal, why does he need Strength Path? Don't tell me this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. What important interests were involved? It's just that we don't know. In the single room, beside Yao Huang sat one of the leaders of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Yin Lu Gong. Yin Lu Gong said, Senior Yao Huang, are you really going to buy this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo? Yao Huang chuckled, precisely. I want to refine the Immortal Goo resurrection from the dead, there is a hurdle, I need a formless vessel as the refinement ground. This vessel needs to be ethereal, it cannot be tainted by the 5 elements. Thus, ordinary fire, ice, wood, metal, and chi paths. None of them can succeed. Of those that can succeed, Phantom Path is the best. Strength Path is the best, Space Path is second, and Rule Path is the last. Yin Lu Gong realized, Phantom Path Immortal Goo are rare to begin with, they are similar to Wisdom Path inheritances. Phantom Path Immortal Goo that can be used as a formless vessel is even rarer. But this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo uses strength to form a cauldron, it cannot be tainted by the 5 elements, it is ethereal, but it can defend against attacks. It is indeed an excellent Goo refinement vessel. Yao Huang nodded, nurture, use, and refine, it all depends on the heart. Immortal Goo are only tools, how they are used varies from person to person. Little Lu, now you should believe my sincerity, right? Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Earlier, Yao Huang had taken a liking to him, pulling his hand and bringing him into the same room. Their close relationship made other Goo immortals envious. But outsiders did not know the inside story, Yao Huang had other intentions. These last years, Yao Huang had been researching, trying to create an immortal Goo called Resurrection from the Dead. As the name suggested, this Goo could allow dead people to revive. Yao Huang walked Refinement Path, he was also most proficient in refining healing Goo worms. This resurrection from the dead immortal Gu was his first creation. He had spent a lot of time and effort on it. Previously, I had been working with your alliance, using immortal zombies as samples to research on the law of life and death. Over these years, I have made great progress. I have 30% confidence in refining immortal Gu resurrection from the dead. Yao Huang said proudly. 30%. Yin Lu Gong showed shock and respect on his face. 30% confidence was already very high for refining immortal Gu. Once I refine the immortal Gu, the biggest beneficiary will not be me, but your zombie alliance. Yao Huang said to Yin Lu Gong while bidding. Yin Lu Gong's heart shook. Senior is saying. That's right. Yao Huang admitted, this Gu involves the law of life and death, turning death into life. It is suitable for you immortal zombies. It can allow you to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie swamp. It actually has such a wondrous use, as expected of Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lu Gong was shocked, but he quickly concealed his shock. But Lord, with this immortal Gu, not only will it bring huge profits, it can also be used to extend your lifespan, right? Ha ha ha, little Lu, you are really astute. You are right, lifespan Gu are hard to find. I do not have much lifespan left. I have to find other ways to extend my lifespan. How about it, cooperate with me? Yao Huang smiled, admitting it. Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Lord Yao Huang has already seen that Junior is moved, but to cooperate with Senior, Junior will need to pay at least 10 immortal zombies. Even though I am one of the leaders of Zombie Alliance, there are still 2 others. Even the 3 of us can only manage Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This is an important matter. Junior needs to inform leader Blazing Heaven. 10 immortal zombies is already the minimum. To refine resurrection from the dead immortal Gu, there needs to be something with life and death Dao marks. Thus, immortal zombies are the best main Gu refinement material. I know that in your Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench, there is a tomb with all the past immortal zombie corpses. Yao Huang frowned. Yin Lu Gong quickly waved his hand. Lord Yao Huang, we cannot do that. We immortal zombies pay more attention to this because our bodies are incomplete. If I dig up the tomb, I will definitely incur the wrath of Zombie Alliance. It will also ruin Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's reputation. Think about it, an alliance that even uses the corpses of its own members. Who would want to join such a heartless alliance? Junior has 2 immortal zombie corpses. They are traitors of Zombie Alliance. Even so, Junior used the killer move rock skin coffin to keep them inside, to guard the discussion hall's door. I did not use it lightly. You immortal zombies can't even think straight. If I succeed in refining resurrection from the dead immortal Gu, it will be very beneficial to you. Yao Huang showed an unhappy expression, vaguely exerting pressure on Yin Lu Gong. Precisely because of Zombie Alliance's persistence in this matter, Yao Huang had once disguised his identity and infiltrated Zombie Alliance, wanting to steal the immortal zombie corpses personally. But unfortunately, his plan was completely destroyed by the discussion hall's door. Yin Lu Gong was under huge pressure, but he did not dare to give in on this matter. He considered his words before saying, how about this, Senior? I really cannot make the decision on this matter. Even the 3 of us leaders do not dare to take on this responsibility. We need to inform leader Fan Tian and let her decide. Within a few months, we will give you an answer. Yao Huang had an unhappy expression. The 3 of you leaders are truly loyal to Fan Tian. Yin Lu Gong was covered in cold sweat. Hearing Yao Huang's words, it seemed like he had discussed this with the other leaders as well. At the same time, he replied to Yao Huang, it is quite shameful to say that we are loyal. The truth is, we immortal zombies are more agreeable to Zombie Alliance's rules. After all, most Gu immortals reject us immortal zombies. They look down on us. Zombie Alliance can be considered our home. Yao Huang snorted coldly, bidding again, pouring all of his unhappiness into this auction. I withdraw. From the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. Not long after, from the 11th secret room, Tai Bai Yunsheng also said, I do not dare to compete with Senior Yao Huang, I admit defeat. Yao Huang was determined to obtain Cauldron's strength immortal goo. This was not only his own will, but also to show Yin Lu Gong his determination. To obtain Cauldron's strength immortal goo, he did not hesitate to expose a portion of his wisdom path inheritance. He even split an immortal goo to bid for. The transaction was immediately completed. Yao Huang held Cauldron's strength immortal goo, sighing, "This is only rank 6, it seems I need to put in some effort to raise it to rank 7. That way, I will have more confidence in refining resurrection from the dead goo." Yin Lu Gong's heart shook, he knew these words were directed at him. After entering the single room, Yao Huang had been persuading him, he was trying to show his determination now. This was the determination of a rank 8 great expert. If it was not handled properly, Yao Huang would be enraged. A rank 8 great expert would attack, Yao Clan and Zombie Alliance might even start an all-out war. The Goo Immortals did not expect that this Cauldron's strength immortal goo would end up in Yao Huang's hands. Fang Yuan backed off, Feng Jioge also let out a sigh of relief. This situation was also in line with Feng Jioge's benefits. If Fang Yuan succeeded, the seller would obtain delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Feng Jioge would not be able to buy it. The seller needed a wisdom path immortal goo, they would not sell it easily, and most importantly, Feng Jioge could not find the seller. From start to finish, the seller did not expose his location or identity, he had been asking Qin Baisheng to speak. From this, it could be deduced that the seller was a low-tier goo cultivator with weak battle strength. Otherwise, he would not be so careful. After the Cauldron's strength immortal goo's auction ended, everyone's attention was drawn to the next immortal goo. This is the third luck path immortal goo. A goo immortal said. The mysterious luck path immortal goo had long been famous. Because of Giant Sun Immortal, Northern Plains goo immortals had a special feeling towards luck path immortal goo. The second luck path immortal goo was called Peach Blossom Luck, it had already been bought at a high price. This luck path immortal goo was called Good Luck. It was a storage immortal goo, it could collect the ownerless good luck in the world. The seller wanted a fire path immortal goo. Chapter 764. In the following auction, as if it was planned, several luck path immortal goo appeared one after another. Move luck goo that could rapidly expend luck, seal luck goo that could seal luck, transfer luck goo that could transfer luck, and also the break luck immortal goo that Fang Yuan had already found out about. Unfortunately, the sellers of these luck path immortal goo had their own needs. They wanted to exchange for mainstream immortal goo like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was Fang Yuan's weakness, if he did not satisfy this basic requirement, Fang Yuan would not even have the qualifications to participate in the auction. Fang Yuan had tasted the bitterness of luck path before, but he had also tasted the sweetness of luck path. He had wanted to see if he could obtain some luck path immortal goo, but there was no chance at all. The most regretful thing was that he had missed break luck immortal goo. Fang Yuan already had connect luck immortal goo, it could be used with break luck immortal goo. Unfortunately, he did not have enough opportunities, he could not obtain it. This auction was not specially organized for him, Fang Yuan's gains were naturally accompanied by losses. The next immortal goo is a rank 7 luck path immortal goo, it is called Calamity Beckoning. Finally, it was Fang Yuan's Calamity Beckoning immortal goo's turn, Qin Baisheng introduced it slowly. Rank 7 immortal goo were very rare. In this auction, most of them were rank 6 immortal goo. Even though it was only one rank, the difference in value was huge. This was because the success rate of raising rank 6 to rank 7 was very low, and the refinement cost was very high. As for rank 8 immortal goo, there was no one in this auction. The goo immortals in the hall heard that it was a rank 7 immortal goo, they were interested and looked over. But after learning about Calamity Beckoning immortal goo's usage, the goo immortals shook their heads. Calamity Beckoning immortal goo harmed oneself while benefiting others. Helping others to undergo tribulations would attract calamities and tribulations to oneself. There were people who sacrificed themselves for others. But there was usually an exchange of benefits. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo had a market, some large forces needed it and could help their own members. Some Goo Immortals were also interested, they could use this Goo to help others and gain profits from it. But Feng Yuan wanted a rank 7 Strength Path Immortal Goo, no one in this auction could take it out. Feng Yuan saw that the situation was not good. He quickly informed Qin Baisheng, announcing that he could use rank 7 Time Path Immortal Goo as well. As expected of Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. I wonder if this Immortal Goo also came from the Goo Immortal in the 10th secret room? Feng Jioge pondered for a while before secretly communicating with Qin Baisheng, requesting to talk to the owner of Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. Fairy Orchid. You really can't hold it in anymore. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He rejected the request without hesitation. Eventually, because no one bid, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not sold. Feng Yuan was already mentally prepared for this outcome. After all, it required a rank 7 Immortal Goo, and it had to be a Strength Path Immortal Goo. There were not many of such Immortal Goo. Most importantly, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not as attractive as other Immortal Goo. In the end, no one showed any interest in it. Feng Yuan's Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not the only Immortal Goo that was not sold. At the very beginning, there was one Luck Concealment Immortal Goo that was not sold. After that, several other Immortal Goo fell into the same fate. For these failed auction Immortal Goo, there was still a chance. After the auction, there was another segment of the convention, which was free trade. When it was time for free trade, they could still bid. Time continued to pass, Immortal Goo after Immortal Goo appeared on the stage and were bought. The Goo Immortals' expectations gradually increased. There were few Immortal Goo left on the list, they were about to be sold out. The final item of this segment would be revealed soon, it was the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance that Qin Baisheng obtained. The next Immortal Goo is called Delight in Water and Mountain Goo, it is Wisdom Path rank 6. The seller's condition is a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo, Defensive Immortal Goo is the best. Qin Baisheng announced. When there were only a few Immortal Goo left, it was finally Feng Yuan's Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo's turn. This time, he was still asking for a Strength Path Immortal Goo. As for the Immortal Zombie Body in the requirement for rebirth, he did not mention anything. He also did not mention anything about the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. Once these two matters were mentioned, together with the Strength Path Immortal Goo, the clues would be too obvious. Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel, this was already known to everyone. Even if Feng Yuan did not know about the relationship between Prince's Impatience and Spirit Affinity House, he would not make such a request without thinking. Rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo in exchange for a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo. The threshold for this auction was much lower than Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. Qin Baisheng had just finished speaking when several Goo Immortals made their bids. Strength Path was declining, while Wisdom Path was mysterious and undying. In the eyes of most Goo Immortals, rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo were much more enticing than rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo. At once, the atmosphere of the auction for Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo became quite lively. Feng Yuan listened to the bids carefully, he did not move, he was waiting for Swordmaster Yulan to make a move. Not long after, Swordmaster Yulan indeed joined the auction. I have an Eat Strength Immortal Goo. This Goo is of both Food Path and Strength Path. It is a Strength Path Cultivation Immortal Goo, it can allow the Goo Immortal's Strength Path Dao marks to grow on their own by eating Strength Path beast meat or fruits and vegetables, it is completely compatible with the Goo Immortal's body. Once she said this, almost all the Goo Immortals present were shocked. This is a good Immortal Goo. For Strength Path Goo Immortals, it is indeed rare. Food Path no longer exists, it is even worse than Strength Path. At least, Strength Path was still at its peak, but Food Path did not exist, and there are no traces of it now. I have only heard that it is very beneficial for raising Goo. Hearing the discussions of the Goo Immortals in the hall, Feng Jioge smiled. This immortal goo did not come from the 10 great sects of Central Continent, but not long ago, Feng Jioge had expected Fang Yuan's request, thus he asked Prince's impatience for help. Even though he had many strength path immortal goo, in terms of strength path, he only had pulling mountain and pulling water. Prince's impatience happened to have one of them. As it turned out, after 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, a formless hand flew out and landed near Prince's impatience's grotto heaven. Prince's impatience personally broke the formless hand and captured each strength immortal goo. This goo was very beneficial to strength path goo immortals, but to Prince's impatience, it was not very useful. Feng Jioge sent a letter asking for help. Prince's impatience, as a fellow disciple, immediately used a method to secretly send this goo to Feng Jioge's blessed land. Fairy Yulan, I wonder if this immortal goo can be transferred? I am willing to use another strength path immortal goo to exchange for it, along with a high price of immortal materials. I will not interfere with your contest for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Soon, Chu Du sent a letter. Domination Immortal is also moved, but it is no wonder. But this goo he is giving, even though it is also strength path, how can it be more attractive than eat strength goo? Feng Jioge replied, rejecting Chu Du's request. His smile became even more confident. The mysterious goo immortal in the 10th secret room had repeatedly asked for strength path immortal goo. It was very likely that he was a strength path goo immortal. Even if he was not, the temptation of eat strength immortal goo to this person was absolutely shocking. Everything went as Feng Jioge expected. Fang Yuan heard the introduction of eat strength immortal goo and was shocked and joyful. This eat strength immortal goo was too suitable for him. One had to know that goo immortals mainly relied on their immortal aperture to undergo tribulations. Every time they passed a tribulation, the goo immortal's body would gain more Dao marks of their own path. The more Dao marks a goo immortal had, the closer they were to heaven and earth, to the laws of the great Dao. The greater the tribulation, the deeper the Dao marks they would obtain after passing it. Thus, when discussing goo immortal cultivation level, they would use first or second heavenly tribulation as a standard. The deeper the Dao marks, the deeper the resonance when using the corresponding immortal goo, the greater the amplification of the immortal goo's power. When Fang Yuan used worldly wave trace immortal goo, the strength path Dao marks on his body were not related to worldly wave trace's water path Dao marks, they conflicted. Thus, the effect was not good, he could only use 70 to 80% of his strength. But if Fang Yuan used strength path immortal goo like pulling mountain and pulling water, he could resonate with the immortal goo. Not only could he increase the immortal goo's power, he could even use 120 to 30% of it. Furthermore, the deeper the resonance, the more Fang Yuan could understand the laws of strength path through using the immortal goo. The deeper the understanding, the more his strength path attainment level would increase, it would slowly accumulate and deepen. One day, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. However, Fang Yuan's biggest problem was that he had an immortal zombie body, his immortal aperture was dead. Every once in a while, a small portion of the blessed land would disintegrate, but no calamities or tribulations would descend. The heavenly Tao was fair and balanced, the targets of calamities and tribulations were all blessed lands. The greater the blessings, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. It was a good thing that immortal zombies did not undergo tribulations. Since the immortal aperture was dead, if calamities and tribulations appeared, there was basically no way for immortal zombies to survive. But for Fang Yuan, without calamities and tribulations, there would be no increase in Dao marks, there would be no progress in his cultivation level. Of course, to increase Dao marks, I can use immortal goo like Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo to carve Dao marks on my body. But such beast strength immortal goo are not suitable for the human body, they are rare and have little effect. The Dao marks engraved by 2 or 3 beast strength immortal goo are not as good as the Dao marks obtained from passing an earthly calamity. Fang Yuan had experience in using beast strength goo worms. Beast strength was not suitable for the human body, it was not easy to use. Sometimes, it could create beast phantoms, sometimes it could not. Like the Iron Crown Eagle strength goo that Fang Yuan obtained, it could engrave a portion of the strength path Dao marks of an Iron Crown Eagle on his body. But these Dao marks were not perfect for Fang Yuan's body. After all, the structure of a human body was different from an eagle. When the Dao marks of an Iron Crown Eagle resonated with Fang Yuan's body, Fang Yuan would be able to unleash the strength of an Iron Crown Eagle and unleash the strength path beast phantom of an Iron Crown Eagle. Unless he obtained all-out effort immortal goo. All-out effort's true effect was to resonate with the strength path Dao marks on the human body at all times. But Fang Yuan's all-out effort goo was only rank 4. Even though it was his vital goo, he had no idea how to ascend to an immortal. All-out effort goo's immortal goo recipe seemed to have been lost in the long river of history. Regarding this, Fang Yuan's greatest hope was the land spirit of Langya. There were thousands of immortal goo recipes in Langya blessed land. He hoped that there was an immortal goo recipe for all-out effort goo among them. Chapter 765. But currently, the relationship between Fang Yuan and land spirit of Langya had not deepened to the point where he could sell immortal goo recipes. Even the mortal goo recipes, land spirit of Langya treasured them and refused to sell them. Regarding goo refinement, land spirit of Langya was very stingy. Fang Yuan was willing to pay a high price to buy his hairy men earlier. These variant human slaves, as long as they were related to goo refinement, land spirit of Langya treated them as treasures. Not to mention goo recipes. But if Fang Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal Goo, the situation would be greatly improved. Eat Strength Immortal Goo could allow goo immortals to create their own strength path Dao marks. This way, the Dao marks obtained would be perfectly suited to his body. Fang Yuan's cultivation level was currently stagnant. He could use this immortal goo to make up for it. Fang Yuan was moved. One could say, as long as it was a strength path goo immortal, they would be moved when they saw Eat Strength Immortal Goo. With this strength path immortal goo, I am not afraid the other party will not be moved. Feng Jioge sat calmly, he was very confident. Once this goo appeared, the surrounding competitors immediately paled in comparison. As long as one was not an idiot, they could see the benefits of Eat Strength Immortal Goo. If I did not see any flaws, I might have made the exchange already. What a pity. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. At this time, in the 23rd secret room, someone made a bid, 1 Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo, along with 15 drops of the immortal material Law I blood. Hearing this voice, Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. Earlier, he had used Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Goo to exchange for an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo. But during this process, he did not expose his identity. Fang Yuan had confirmed the buyer through Qin Baisheng. Thus, the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo ended up in someone's hands. Other than Qin Baisheng, the other Goo immortals present did not know. Qin Baisheng had signed the alliance agreement, he naturally would not leak any information. Thus, Fang Yuan could use it boldly. As for the person in the 23rd secret room, it was none other than Tai Bai Yunsheng. Feng Jioge had made preparations for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. He asked Prince's impatience for help. How could Fang Yuan not make the necessary preparations? He had already arranged for Tai Bai Yunsheng to secretly change the secret chamber through Qin Baisheng. Although Tai Bai Yunsheng did not reveal his and Fang Yuan's identities when they were in the 11th secret room, the Black Dragon sect's secret room had already been destroyed. But in another secret room, it was undoubtedly better. After Tai Bai Yunsheng made his offer, Fang Yuan did not respond. As time passed, Feng Jioge secretly frowned. On the other side, Domination Immortal Chu Du suddenly made a bid. He also took out a Beast Strength Immortal Goo and added a small portion of immortal materials as a bargaining chip. Chu Du did not need delight in water and mountain immortal goo, he could use it if he had it. He was also a Strength Path Goo immortal. The reason why he gave up on a Strength Path Immortal Goo. He was eyeing Eat Strength Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan chuckled, immediately understanding Chu Du's thoughts. Who asked Chu Du to expose his identity, he could easily fall into a passive state. As for Chu Du's interference, Fang Yuan was happy to see it. He did not say anything and allowed the auction to continue. Under his instructions, Tai Bai Yunsheng raised his bid again. Feng Jioge's brows furrowed even deeper. He had no choice. He also started bidding. The moment he said that, Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately spoke. His aura was overbearing, showing his determination to obtain this immortal goo. Feng Jioge could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be that this eat-strength goo did not attract the person in the 10th secret room? Or was he being greedy? He had to wait for a higher price. Feng Jioge did not fall into the trap easily. He was a hero after all. He decided to slow down. This way, he could analyze the situation calmly, and also probe Fang Yuan's intentions. Swordmaster Yulan stopped bidding. As if she was unwilling to part with Eat-strength immortal goo, she backed out of this competition. This situation attracted the attention of the goo immortals. The happiest one was Chu Du. He sent another message, urging Feng Jioge to sell Eat-strength immortal goo to him. Feng Jioge laughed lightly, rejecting again. On the other side, Fang Yuan instructed Tai Bai Yunsheng, raising the price continuously. As the price rose, it gradually became higher. Most of the participating goo immortals backed out, saying that this price was too high. Eventually, only Chu Du and Tai Bai Yunsheng were left. Chu Du was having a hard time now. His true target was Eat-strength immortal goo. But Feng Jioge did not relent. He seemed to want to compete for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Chu Du did not dare to slack off. He kept bidding. On one hand, it was to prevent Eat-strength immortal goo from falling into his hands. On the other hand, even if he obtained delight in water and mountain immortal goo, he would have a high chance of exchanging it with Swordmaster Yulan. Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts were very simple. Whatever his junior brother instructed him to do, he would do it. Even if he obtained delight in water and mountain immortal goo, it was fine. Anyway, the price he bid would end up in his pocket. Feng Jioge's strategy was very simple. He would sit back and reap the spoils. When the competition was almost over, he would put in some effort and raise the price by a large margin, deciding the outcome. Between these three people, due to their own intentions, a stalemate was formed. As the stalemate continued, after a few rounds, a goo immortal in the hall was the first to realize. He blurted out, "Why is this delight in water and mountain immortal goo so popular? There is a huge pile of immortal materials, the price is already so high." Only then did everyone suddenly realize this point. Yes, it is already very high. A wisdom path immortal goo that can only produce joyful will can be sold at such a high price. It is quite rare. In my opinion, the reason why the price is so high is because Lord Chu Du is involved. He is willing to give up a strength path immortal goo to obtain delight in water and mountain. He must have his own plans. Chu Du, who was being discussed, was not in a good state. He had a worried expression. He was truly lacking in financial resources. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have delayed the tribulation. The pressure from Tai Bai Yunsheng made Chu Du feel unwell. When did I, the grand domination immortal, fall into such a predicament? Chu Du had outstanding battle strength, but in this auction, it was not battle strength that mattered, but financial resources. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, Tai Bai Yunsheng raised the price again. Chu Du gritted his teeth and endured. After a few rounds, delight in water and mountain immortal goo's price. Under the attention of the goo immortals, it slowly rose. Qin Bai Sheng had been observing this silently. When he saw this, he could not help but praise inwardly. This Sha Huang, as an immortal zombie, is actually so shrewd. He is not simple. But Chu Du's financial resources are clearly depleted. He is already hesitating when bidding. If it were me, I would stop while I am ahead. Qin Bai Sheng knew, Fang Yuan's plan looked simple, but it was not easy to execute. But it was not easy. To execute this plan while being part of the situation, it required a lot of judgment, as well as analyzing other people's thoughts. If he went overboard, it would be all for naught. Fang Yuan did not understand the meaning of stop while he was ahead. He kept instructing Tai Bai Yunsheng to raise the price. He was imposing. Chu Du could not hold on anymore. Sweat appeared on his forehead. His gaze pierced through the single room. He looked towards the direction of the 23rd secret room, thinking that this person probably had a special need for delight in water and mountain immortal goo, otherwise he would not bid such a high price, and he was acting like a fierce tiger, pressuring others. Forget it. Chu Du sighed. He went silent and did not participate in the auction anymore. Like this. Only Tai Bai Yunsheng was left. Even so, Tai Bai Yunsheng raised the price again. He raised the price by a small amount. Meanwhile, there was no sound from Swordmaster Yulan. It was as if she had withdrawn from the auction long ago. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, telling Qin Bai Sheng his decision. Qin Bai Sheng heard this and was stunned. Why would he sell his own people to his own people? But he soon realized that Sha Huang and Bai Sheng were not as close as they looked. He thought about it and understood. But he felt that there was something fishy going on. Qin Bai Sheng shook his head. He was on the stage. He did not have time to think. He announced, 23rd secret room, going once. After pausing for a while, he said, 23rd secret room, going twice. The Gu immortals in the hall discussed softly. It seems that the winner of this round is the 23rd secret room. That's right. Number 23 is very concerned about delight in water and mountain. Even if Domination Immortal withdrew, he still raised the price. His goal is to differentiate and increase the gap. This is to prevent the seller from selling it to Domination Immortal at the last moment. This price is really high. I am drooling over the immortal materials. To think that such a high price would appear at the last moment, it is almost in the top 10 of the highest prices. The outcome was decided, but Fang Yuan became nervous. He squinted, his heart wavering. Did I guess wrongly? 23rd secret room, going thrice. Qin Bai Sheng shouted until here when he was interrupted. Feng Jioge spoke, 1 eat strength immortal goo, and 400 kilograms of red refinement gold on top of the 23rd secret room's price. 400 kilograms of red refinement gold immediately raised the price. This was much higher than when Tai Bai Yunsheng raised the price alone. Everyone gasped, to think that there would be such a change at the last moment. Qin Bai Sheng was also stunned. Domination Immortal Chu Du's expression turned pale. He sighed deeply. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Swordmaster Yulan, you are really patient. From the 23rd secret room, Tai Bai Yunsheng's voice could be heard. He raised the price again with an angry tone, as if his plan was spoiled. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. After watching for so long, he believed that the person in the 23rd secret room was bidding sincerely. My luck is not good this time. I wanted to buy 2 immortal goo, but I met with opponents who were determined to get them. Most importantly, these 2 opponents have deep wealth. No, this auction does not prohibit secret room swapping. There is another possibility. The person in this secret room is someone from the first secret room. Maybe he knows about Water Pavilion's matter. After all, Mo Yao did leave behind an inheritance, or maybe the other 9 sects of Central Continent do not want to see my spirit affinity house. Feng Jioge was a smart person, but smart people think too much. No matter what, for the sake of Water Pavilion, I need to get this delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Feng Jioge quickly made up his mind. He raised the price again. He and Tai Bai Yunsheng fought back and forth, not letting up. Under the increasingly shocked gazes of the Gu immortals, delight in water and mountain immortal goo's price continued to rise. Soon, it entered the top 5. Next, it climbed to the second highest price at an astonishing speed. The first highest price was naturally Feng Jioge's 2-for-1 exchange for Fang Yuan's worldly wave trace immortal goo. Do I have to exchange 2 for 1? Feng Jioge had a cold expression. He had the same feeling as Chu Du. He had experienced what was called an overbearing aura. No matter how he raised the price, the person in the 23rd secret room would immediately raise the price, and it would be higher. Feng Jioge could not sit still. He started to pace around the secret room. If the 2-for-1 exchange could succeed, he would grit his teeth and do it. However, he had a nagging feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with it. If I exchange 2-for-1 again, someone might see through my true motive. It would be a huge hindrance to me when I search for water and milk fusion goo. Feng Jioge's target was Water Pavilion, but of the 3 core immortal goo, only 2 appeared in the auction. He naturally wanted to obtain water and milk fusion goo. Feng Jioge felt that something was amiss. He even felt a vague sense of unease. He sat back on his seat, deciding to take the initiative. He called out again, asking the seller to give him a new request. He would try his best to satisfy it. Fang Yuan purposely paused for a while, giving the impression that he was thinking. Next, he asked Qin Baisheng for a new request, a complete wisdom path true inheritance. Everyone gasped. This price was too high. Someone actually dared to say it. Feng Jioge was stunned. He did have a wisdom path true inheritance, but it was incomplete. The seller was doing this. Did he want it to go unsold? Tai Bai Yunqing shouted, I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Jioge followed, I also have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Tai Bai Yunqing snorted coldly, saying, the seller, please state a new request. The Gu immortals looked at each other. They did not hear wrongly. This price was still going to rise? Qin Baisheng was silent for a while, before speaking for Fang Yuan. The seller wants a killer move that can disguise one's identity. The one with the best effect wins. Feng Jioge's heart tightened. The seller said this. It was no doubt that this disguise killer move was more important. Tai Bai Yunqing quickly spoke. I have a perfect killer move. Even though it is mortal, it originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. It is unfamiliar face. Unfamiliar face? Thieving heaven demon venerable. There was a commotion in the hall again. Feng Jioge's forehead was covered in sweat. He gripped the handle with both hands. His gaze flickered rapidly. He hesitated for a moment before shouting, I also have a killer move. But it is an incomplete immortal move. It originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. It is called vaguely familiar face. Everyone gasped. Fang Yuan excitedly stood up from his seat, his eyes shining with bright light. It seems that the rumors in my previous life were not groundless. Spirit Affinity House indeed has the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. Even though Spirit Affinity House had many good things, many of their signature items were not easy to extort. Once he extorted them, the other party immediately realized. And to Fang Yuan, this killer move was the most suitable for him. Even in his previous life, Spirit Affinity House had vaguely familiar face, but they kept it a secret. During the 5 Regions War, they sent spies to infiltrate the enemy's territory and obtained many battle results. After many times, the Gu immortals in both sides analyzed and gradually confirmed that it was vaguely familiar face. But Spirit Affinity House did not admit it. After all, they were one of the 10 great ancient sects, the leader of the righteous path, but they used a demon venerable killer move. It was a loss of face. Fang Yuan did not know that this immortal killer move actually belonged to Feng Jioge. In his previous life, Feng Jioge contributed it to the sect, thus there were all sorts of rumors and guesses. Fang Yuan did not know this. He did not guess that the other party was Feng Jioge. But this did not stop him from extorting this killer move. Of course, Feng Jioge would not give the complete immortal killer move to Fang Yuan. An incomplete immortal killer move was already far superior to the mortal killer move, unfamiliar face. Fang Yuan immediately decided to sell Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu to Swordmaster Yulan. This way, he not only obtained a large amount of immortal materials and completed a small portion of the list, he even obtained Eat Strength Immortal Gu, an incomplete Wisdom Path Inheritance, and an incomplete immortal killer move, vaguely familiar face. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 766. Both sides transacted secretly. When the transaction was completed, Qin Bai Sheng was already auctioning the next immortal goo. Feng Jioge was expressionless, looking at delight in water and mountain immortal goo in his hand. His gaze flickered. The uneasy feeling in his heart was still lingering. After so many twists and turns, I finally obtained this immortal goo. Even though I spent a lot, the sect mission rewards are enough to make up for it, and even exceed it. Each strength immortal goo is precious, but it is only useful to strength path goo immortals. Even if I sacrificed vaguely familiar face, I only gave a portion of it. Even if I gave it all, the core immortal goo is still in my hands. I am not afraid of the other party using it freely. Feng Jioge reflected in his heart, his expression gradually eased. In the hall, many goo immortals were bidding for immortal goo. Fang Yuan was like Feng Jioge, he was not on the stage, he was also inspecting his gains. After Feng Jioge gave up each strength immortal goo, Fang Yuan easily refined it and stored it in his immortal aperture. There was nothing wrong with it. That incomplete wisdom path inheritance was slightly more complete than Fang Yuan's malicious thought inheritance. There was a goo recipe for rank 1 to rank 5 memory thought goo, an immortal goo recipe for recall immortal goo, and several mortal killer moves. This memory thought goo is quite suitable for me. I can only recall the rough parts of my previous life's memories. With the help of this goo, I should be able to recall them more clearly. If I can refine recall immortal goo, that would be even better. Fang Yuan inspected it and stored this wisdom path inheritance in satisfaction. He did not intend to refine immortal goo for the time being. The cost of refining immortal goo was extremely high. The risk was extremely high. Fang Yuan already had many immortal goo, he did not need to use recall immortal goo. It was just icing on the cake. Fang Yuan's urgent matter was to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his life. Even if each strength immortal goo could add Dao marks, it could only make up for it slightly, it could not compare to undergoing tribulation properly. Although undergoing tribulation was dangerous, it would add a lot of Dao marks. If not for that, He Lulan would not undergo tribulation desperately. Fang Yuan focused on vaguely familiar face. This was an incomplete immortal killer move, it was only 50% complete. However, Fang Yuan was already satisfied. He knew the other party could not possibly sell the complete immortal killer move to him. To be able to obtain such results was already not bad. Especially when the contents did not hide the crucial core immortal goo. Core immortal goo. It was the foundation of killer moves. Now, it was under Spirit Affinity House's control. Even though I cannot obtain it, I can modify the killer move. This was Fang Yuan's original plan. He had transformation path attainment level, wisdom goo's help, and the foundation of vaguely familiar face, the complete unfamiliar face. Now, with this 50% of vaguely familiar face, his confidence was quite high. 3 familiar faces at first sight is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's classic work. However, I can learn from the wisdom left behind by the predecessors. At the end of the day, they were all human, and others could do it. Why can't I do it? Therefore, you don't have to copy others' words. Fang Yuan still had this bit of magnanimity. A moment later, Qin Bai Sheng had already auctioned the final few immortal goo. The second last immortal goo among them. Unfortunately, it was not sold. The goo immortals' gazes were already overflowing with anticipation. Everyone knew that the next part of the auction was the main event, the auction of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. After communicating with Qin Bai Sheng, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng changed their secret rooms in time. Not just them, many goo immortals did the same. After all, if the following essence of the luck path true inheritance had huge value, many goo immortals hoped that others would not know what immortal goo they had obtained. Actually, allowing secret rooms to be changed at any time was one of the loopholes in the rules of the auction. This auction was held in a hurry, there were many loopholes, it was not as complete as during the 5 regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life. Qin Bai Sheng was well aware of this, but there was nothing he could do about it. He held this auction to protect himself. If there were too many rules, he would offend many forces and people. To him, holding the auction once was enough. He did not want to offend others because of this. The next auction item is the essence of the luck path true inheritance. It is a set of luck inspection Gu's recipe. Qin Bai Sheng's words attracted the intense attention of many Gu immortals. Luck inspection Gu. As the name implied, it was an investigative Gu worm that could observe luck. Luck was formless and intangible, it could not be detected with the naked eye or normal methods. Only luck inspection Gu could do so. It could be said that luck inspection Gu was one of the most important cornerstones of the luck path true inheritance. Especially when some Gu immortals had bought some luck path immortal Gu, like move luck Gu, seal luck Gu, transfer luck Gu, break luck Gu, and so on, they had to be used together with luck inspection Gu. Qin Bai Sheng had his reasons for placing this luck inspection Gu's recipe at the end. Looking at the restless Gu immortals below the stage, Qin Bai Sheng continued, this set of luck inspection Gu's recipe not only includes mortal Gu recipes from rank 1 to rank 5, it also includes an incomplete immortal recipe for rank 7 luck inspection immortal Gu. What, there is no luck inspection immortal Gu? Heavenly Lord Baizu asked. Qin Bai Sheng smiled, there is indeed a rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu, it is in my hands now, but I do not want to auction it. But I can guarantee that other than this immortal Gu, everything related to luck inspection Gu is on the stage. Because of the alliance agreement earlier, Qin Bai Sheng's words were very convincing. Not selling luck inspection immortal Gu. Immediately, a Gu immortal in the hall raised his eyebrows, expressing his dissatisfaction. Qin Bai Sheng snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the person who spoke. A rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu, I think I can still protect it. Guo Rong, do you have any objections? If you buy this immortal Gu, can you protect it? Gu immortal Guo Rong's expression changed, he did not speak anymore. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, while Qin Bai Sheng was a rank 7 expert, the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Looking around, Guo Rong could not help but break out in cold sweat, he scolded himself for being foolish. He wanted to use everyone's influence to threaten Qin Bai Sheng. But the immortals watched coldly from the sidelines. It was as Qin Bai Sheng said. Even though he was forced to hold the auction, he still had the ability to protect a rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu. This was due to his strength. After this small interlude, Qin Bai Sheng immediately stated his bidding requirements, because this auction does not involve immortal Gu, you can use any resources to exchange for it. Be it immortal yuan stone or the immortal materials on the list, they are all acceptable. Saying so, he threw out another list. There were only a dozen or so immortal materials on the list, the quantity was not much. It was not as scary as the list that Fang Yuan threw out. Qin Bai Sheng was not skilled in Gu refinement. Gu refinement expended a lot of resources, lone cultivators were rarely skilled in this path, unless they were extremely talented. Fang Yuan guessed. These immortal materials were most likely to be used as food for immortal Gu. The auction started, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Because it did not involve the exchange of immortal Gu, the threshold for bidding was very low. At once, most Gu immortals joined in. They started to bid. In the hall, the sounds of bidding rose one after another, the momentum was so strong that it could be said to be the first in this auction. The price also rose rapidly under the intense atmosphere. Qin Bai Sheng watched with a smile, since he was holding this auction, he naturally arranged a process that was more beneficial to him. Fang Yuan also bid a few times, but was soon surpassed by others. I already have one luck inspection Gu. Unfortunately, mortal Gu had no effect on immortals. This set of mortal Gu recipes has no benefit to me. Qin Bai Sheng said that he had luck inspection immortal Gu. Even if I obtain a 7th revolution remnant recipe, I deduced that immortal Gu are unique, I cannot refine luck inspection immortal Gu. Fang Yuan wisely stopped bidding, not bidding anymore. He was just one of the people who had withdrawn from the bidding. The intense bidding quickly eliminated a large number of people. Only Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal, Feng Jioge, Yuan Rangzun, and some other experts were left. These people all had one thing in common: they were all members of the major forces. To them, the Mortal Luck Inspection Gu's recipe was much more attractive than the incomplete rank 7 Gu recipe. With Mortal Path Luck Inspection Gu, he could observe mortals. With them, these forces would have a whole new set of standards to evaluate talents. All along, the Gu Master world had always used aptitude as the standard of evaluation. However, other than aptitude, there was also a person's talent, temperament, and opportunity. Talent included battle talent, comprehension, refinement path talent, and others. They could be gradually revealed during cultivation. Temperament could also be observed through interaction and familiarity. Only fortuitous encounters were hard to fathom. Many times, Gu masters who did not have good aptitude or talent would soar to the sky due to fortuitous encounters, or rise up unexpectedly. This was a common occurrence. Especially in this world, there were Gu master inheritances and cultural traditions. If these forces had this Gu, they would no doubt be able to evaluate talents more comprehensively and promote them. Those lone cultivators all backed out of the bidding. But to the major forces, it was extremely attractive. All of them competed with each other, not giving in. Eventually, this Mortal Gu recipe was sold for an astronomical price. Several force leaders almost used a Mortal Gu to exchange for it. In the end, Yao Huang said, "I guarantee with my reputation that I will buy it first, and will definitely sell this Gu recipe to everyone in the following free transactions." Yao Huang was one of the 5 rank 8s of Northern Plains. He had the highest reputation. He was also a leader of a righteous sect. With his guarantee, everyone stopped. Qin Bai Sheng was filled with hatred, but he smiled on the surface, not daring to offend Yao Huang. Next, the second item. A luck path rank 7 immortal Gu, called Turn Misfortune into Fortune. As the name suggests, this Gu can turn bad luck and bad luck into good luck. Qin Bai Sheng said loudly. This immortal Gu was similar to Calamity Beckoning immortal Gu. They were both luck path, both rank 7, but the reaction was like heaven and earth. Many rank 7 Gu immortals and even rank 8 great experts bid for it. With this immortal Gu, there was no need for any luck inspection Gu. It was very practical. As expected of the essence of a luck path true inheritance. Regarding Turn Misfortune into Fortune, intense competition started. The intensity was no less than the bloody battles on the battlefield. Because the starting bid was a metal path rank 7 immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could only watch from the sidelines. Eventually, the price continued to rise, surpassing first place Worldly Wave Trace and second place Delight in Water and Mountain, becoming the highest bidder. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 767. The fierce bidding finally came to an end. Eventually, one of the rank 8 Gu immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster, used a rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Gu and a rank 6 Metal Path Immortal Gu as the main ingredients, along with several other immortal materials, becoming the final victor. The 5 Elements Master cultivated the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thus, he had many Metal Path Immortal Gu. But this time, to him, he had to bear the pain of parting with his treasures. He had to give up a steamed bun for a meat bun. Fang Yuan felt rather regretful, but he had no capital to bid. Even though he had Gu immortal captives, in terms of value, they could not compare to a unique immortal Gu. In fact, turning misfortune into fortune immortal Gu was especially suitable for spring-autumn cicada. The disadvantage of the spring and autumn cicada was that it brought misfortune to its host. But using this immortal Gu, not only could it make up for the weakness, it could even increase the host's luck. Undeniably, turning misfortune into fortune immortal Gu's usage was much more convenient than connect luck immortal Gu. Sadly, the difference in wealth between Fang Yuan and characters like the Five Elements Grandmaster and the Medicine Sovereign was extremely obvious. Fang Yuan had only ascended for a short period of time. It had only been 2 years in the 5 regions since he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the southern border, the Great War of Tian Mountain had not even begun. To be honest, it wasn't easy for Fang Yuan to build up such a foundation with his immortal zombie body in such a short period of time. As for the 5 Elements Grandmaster, Medicine Sovereign, and Feng Jioge, they had all accumulated their strength over a long period of time. Immortal Yuan Stone was already in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, not to mention other immortal materials. Every year, the output of the immortal aperture world would pile up into a mountain. This was especially true when it came to producing resources. It could even seriously affect the market of jewel yellow skies. These were all giants, be it in terms of combat strength, wealth, social connections, or status. The current Fang Yuan was unable to reach him. After turning misfortune into fortune, it was still a rank 7 immortal gu. It was called Fortune in Misfortune. This gu's power was profound, it targeted immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. After gu immortals undergo tribulation, they would have more Dao marks on their bodies and their cultivation level would rise. This was common knowledge in gu immortal cultivation. Fortune from disaster immortal gu targeted this. As long as it was used. After a gu immortal passes the tribulation, the Dao marks on their body will increase by more than double. This was a terrifying number. This was the harvest of a single tribulation. It was equivalent to the result of 2 tribulations for others. But this gu had a flaw, it had to be activated before the calamities and tribulations started. Only when the calamity was over could it be stopped. Affected by this gu, the power of the calamities and tribulations would be the same as before. It seemed to have increased by 30 to 40%. This weakness caused the fire in the gu immortals' hearts to weaken slightly. However, he still found it hard to suppress his desire. After all, 30 to 40% of the power and more than double the amount of Dao marks were obviously more beneficial than detrimental. To those experts who had confidence in passing the tribulation, this immortal gu was extremely attractive. An intense bidding war unfolded once again. As a metal path gu immortal, Qin Baixing naturally used a rank 7 metal path immortal gu. This was the base price of the auction. In the end, sweat appeared on Heavenly Lord Baizu's forehead as he defeated his competitors with a high price. Take down this gu. The following auctions took place one by one. Luck immortal gu that could make countless fortuitous encounters take the initiative to find him. To mainstream gu immortals, metal luck, wood luck, water luck, fire luck, and earth luck were the 5 great immortal gu. A rare immortal gu that surpassed luck path and wisdom path, calculation immortal gu, it could expend one's own good luck to make predictions in terms of good or bad luck. A luck suppression immortal gu that could suppress luck and prevent luck from flowing away easily. These immortal gu were indeed the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Not only were they mystical divine weapons, they were also extremely useful and eye-opening. But these gu were in the hands of giants like Yao Huang and Feng Jioge. This was to be expected. Fang Yuan also wanted to interfere, but he did not have any metal path immortal gu. This was something that he could not do anything about. The other rank 6 gu immortals and most rank 7 gu immortals were like Fang Yuan, they could only watch as the giants bid against each other. The auction prices reached new highs. Fang Yuan's 2 immortal gu had already been pushed out of the top 10. The next item is the final item of this auction, it is also the most important item. Qin Baixing introduced. Keeping them in suspense immediately attracted the interest of the gu immortals. Just as everyone was guessing what immortal gu it was, the sleeping Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun appeared on the stage. Qin Baixing explained, "No need to be surprised, I believe many gu immortals have already guessed it." That's right, these 2 were the crucial people who were protected by the luck path true inheritance back then. This girl is called Zhao Yenyun. She had early intelligence and had experienced the crucial battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Even though she was not the true inheritor, she obtained many benefits from the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump. She obtained a portion of the Luck Path inheritance. And this young man is called Ma Hongyun. He is the sole inheritor of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Not only did he experience the battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was also implanted with the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Once he said this, there was a huge commotion. Countless scorching gazes were fixed on Ma Hongyun. Did I hear wrongly? It really is fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Fortune rivaling heaven. This is a rank 8 immortal Gu. It is Giant Sun Immortal's trump card Gu. Even though there are no records of it in history, there are many rumors that praise this immortal Gu of yours. However, this fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu seems to be an expendable Gu. It can only be used once. Since it is rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven, can Brother Qin use the rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu to investigate it? In the hall, a Gu immortal suddenly asked. Qin Baisheng smiled as he replied, according to the information I obtained, only a rank 8 luck inspection immortal Gu can fully observe fortune rivaling heaven's appearance. Luck inspection immortal Gu below rank 8 can only observe a portion. And this is because the other party did not use any concealment methods. To speak the truth, I have already used the rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu to investigate and found some clues about fortune rivaling heaven. As for why I am certain that fortune rivaling heaven Gu was used on Ma Hongyun, that is because I used soul-searching methods on both of you. If you can buy one of them and search their souls, you will be able to see what happened in Imperial Court Blessed Land. By then, you will know that I am not lying. At the same time, these two have inherited a large portion of the Luck Path True Inheritance. In the process of soul searching, you will be able to obtain the contents of the true inheritance that you have learned. Saying so, Qin Baisheng paused for a moment before speaking in a bewitching tone. First, I have bad news to tell everyone. The Luck Path True Inheritance is destined to be incomplete. In the True Inheritance, the Immortal Gu recipe of fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu is already missing. But there is another piece of good news. In the True Inheritance, there is a method to retrieve fortune rivaling heaven. It can reverse refine a used fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu into an Immortal Gu worm. Of course, in the process of Gu refinement, the main material that cannot be missed is this young man, Ma Hongyun. Hearing this, most of the Gu immortals' eyes almost spat out fire, some even gulped down saliva. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and desire. Qin Baisheng's lips curled up. He showed a confident smile. I think that these two youngsters can best represent the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Now, I will auction them. Because they are not immortal Gu, there is no reserve price. You can bid for one of them alone, or both of them can bid at the same time. Let's begin. No reserve price. I will bid 300 immortal yuan stone. The Gu immortals in the hall were excited. One of them shouted. 30,000 immortal yuan stone. Feng Jioge said coldly, raising the price by 100 times. But this price did not restrain the enthusiasm of the other experts, it only excluded most of the bottom-tier Gu immortals. Yao Huang, Eastern Seas Gu Immortals, Five Elements Grandmaster, Old Ancestor Shui Hu, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu made their bids. The representatives of the super forces did not show any weakness. The price shot up like a rocket, the momentum was terrifying. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. His wealth paled in comparison to that of these people. Unless all the Gu immortal captives joined in, he would not have a chance. But Fang Yuan would not do that. He was already in strength path, he planned to focus on time path, he did not intend to make any significant progress in luck path. Moreover, he was the culprit of Imperial Court Blessed Land's case, he had more experience than Ma and Zhao, he knew the most basic inside information. The contents of the luck path true inheritance, as well as the reverse refinement of fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, were extremely tempting. But fortune-rivaling heaven immortal Gu was rank 8, Fang Yuan was a mere rank 6, how could he have the cultivation level to refine it? He definitely did not have enough wealth to support it. Even if he succeeded, he would not have the ability to preserve it. The bidding for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yenyun lasted for over an hour. Eventually, the two unimaginably high prices occupied the first and second places without any doubt. The second was Feng Jioge, who bought Zhao Yenyun. The one who obtained Ma Hongyun was the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Shuehu. This leader of snowy mountain-blessed land, the #1 demonic path powerhouse, displayed terrifying wealth at the final moment. Before this, he had been restraining himself and rarely made a move. Finally, at the final moment, he struck with a heavy blow, sweeping away everyone. The Gu immortals, especially the representatives of the Huang Jin bloodline super forces, could only watch helplessly as Ma Hongyun fell into the hands of the demonic path. Yao Huang sighed. He had fought several times before and expended a lot of wealth. Thus, at the final moment, he lost to old ancestor Shuehu. But thankfully, Zhao Yenyun is in the hands of our northern plains righteous path. Many Gu immortals of the Huang Jin tribes consoled themselves. But they did not know that Sword Master Yulan, who represented the will of the prince's impatience, was actually Feng Jioge in disguise. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. Chapter 768. The public auction has ended. There will be 2 hours of rest next. Everyone, please do your own thing in the auction hall. After 2 hours, we will start the free transactions. Qin Baisheng said this as he left the platform. He was tired. He had been hosting until now, especially during the auction of the Luck Path True Inheritance Essence. It concerned his own benefits. He had schemed a lot during the process. Even though there were traces of it, many Gu immortals could see it. People died for wealth. Qin Baisheng could not care less about it. After the auction is over, I will immediately leave and hide from the world. I will operate for 100 years in secret. After digesting my gains, I will roam the world again. Qin Baisheng made up his mind. It could be said that he was one of the biggest winners in this auction. The immortal materials he obtained were piled up like a mountain. The metal path immortal Gu were perfect for him. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Wealth moved people's hearts. Even though Gu immortals were usually high and mighty, they only looked down on mortal materials. The auction of the Luck Path True Inheritance Essence was extremely profitable. It was a bit of a hot potato. Even Qin Baisheng, a rank 7 expert, felt uneasy. In the main hall, discussions soon broke out. Many Gu immortals walked out of their rooms and entered the main hall, conversing with each other. Of course, Qin Baisheng had his own reasons for leaving 2 hours free. It was not for resting, but for the Gu immortals to have a chance to communicate and interact. From the earlier auction, everyone had some understanding of each other's resources. Right now, in order to exchange for something they wanted. Naturally, they had to inquire about it beforehand. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng sat in the secret room, not moving. They did not know each other. But mortal killer moves had limited effects. The two were vigilant and did not dare to be careless. Not being able to obtain any of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance, Fang Yuan felt a sense of regret. Especially Ma and Zhao, they were involved in the truth of the imperial court case. Fang Yuan was happy about it. But he did not have enough strength. He could only watch from the side. He could not interfere. There was nothing he could do. Thankfully, the Gu immortal captives had not been sold yet. He hadn't thrown it out yet. He was still looking forward to the transaction. 2 hours later, Qin Baisheng appeared again. He announced the start of the transaction. To be fair, he used the same trick, using a Gu worm to randomly choose a lucky person to go up first. This first Gu immortal took out a lot of broken wave flowers and asked for prosperity soil. The broken wave flower was a miraculous flower that could instantly bloom and die in the waves of the great river. Because the time it took for it to grow and wither was extremely short, it was difficult to pick. As for flourishing life soil, drill soil, green fist soil, these were things that ordinary Gu immortals desired. Gu immortals managed their immortal apertures and used the production of the immortal aperture to cultivate. The fertility of the soil has always been a key factor. Flourishing soil could grow all kinds of flowers. Drill soil was easier to produce metal ores, green fist soil was fertile and did not disperse easily, it was suitable for barren immortal aperture landforms like deserts and seas. There were many Gu immortals who had flourishing earth. All of a sudden, they opened their mouths and took out more or less soil to trade. The seller standing on the platform actually had a large number of broken wave flowers in his hands. After exchanging for more than 3,000 caddies of flourishing soil, Zhang Xian finally stopped and walked off the stage. The difference between an auction and a free trade was clear at a glance. Auctions were big business, so the threshold was high. Free trade, usually sold in bulk, the threshold was low. However, this was not absolute. After several Gu immortals, a Gu immortal who did not want to show his face took out an immortal Gu and asked Qin Baisheng to sell it for him. This immortal Gu was one that had not been sold before. This time, the seller greatly lowered his requirements. But even so, he still asked for at least one immortal Gu. There were few who agreed, asking for a lower price. The seller was unwilling, the transaction failed and this immortal Gu returned to the seller. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, 30 had already passed. Secret Room 37, selling a Gu immortal captive. Qin Baisheng said as he displayed the sleeping Gu immortal in the sleeping cloud coffin. Immediately, the auction hall went into an uproar. The immortals were already familiar with slave trading. But selling Gu immortals as slaves, such a large-scale transaction was extremely rare. Many people were seeing it for the first time. At once, the Gu immortals discussed with different expressions. When Qin Baisheng announced again, the commotion in the hall subsided slightly. Someone asked for details. Qin Baisheng introduced, "Some of you might know this Gu immortal captive, his nickname is Loner Hongyu. He is a rank 6 fire path Gu immortal. His cultivation level is still at 1 heavenly tribulation. Everyone, please take a look at the situation of his immortal aperture." Saying so, an illusory projection appeared on the stage, showing the situation of Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. This blessed land is a bit barren. Yes, the blessed land's management is not good, no wonder he was captured alive. Don't forget, the Gu immortal who captured him must have plundered the blessed land. For us fire path Gu immortals, isn't it better if this Loner Hongyu's cultivation level is slightly lower? The Gu immortals were moved. Fire path Gu immortals especially valued Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. As long as they annexed his immortal aperture, they could avoid 1 heavenly tribulation and many earthly calamities, their cultivation level would increase, and the blessed land's foundation would rise sharply. Even if they were not fire path Gu immortals, most Gu immortals wanted the blessed land. Even if they had different paths and could not annex him, after killing him, they could occupy this ownerless blessed land and obtain a good place to manage. If managed well, the blessed land would be a treasure trove, continuously producing resources and supporting the Gu immortals' cultivation progress. As Qin Baisheng had predicted, Loner Hongyu had caused a huge commotion. Fang Yuan's requests were complex and disorderly. First was a large pile of immortal materials, followed by strength path, poison path, time path, wisdom path, and other killer moves. Next were all kinds of Gu recipes, the rarer the Gu recipes, the better. Finally, he asked for desolate beast corpses, food path inheritances or clues, wisdom path inheritances or clues, time path inheritances or clues. He even asked for battle bone will Gu, white bone chariot recipes, lifespan Gu, and so on. Finally, Loner Hongyu belonged to 5 Elements Grandmaster. 5 Elements Grandmaster cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth paths, so Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture was also useful to him. After Loner Hongyu was sold, it was the next person's turn. According to the rules of free trade, in every round, the Gu Immortal only had one chance to sell. This was for fairness. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he waited patiently. After 7 to 8 rounds, he had already sold most of the Gu Immortal captives. Not only did he complete the list of materials given by Land's Spirit of Langia, he even had leftovers. Not only that, Fang Yuan even obtained the corpse of a bat desolate beast. During this period, he also found that he was not the only one selling Gu Immortal captives. Old Ancestor Xuehu and Heavenly Lord Baizu were selling them openly. Eastern Sea Gu Immortals bought 3 immortal zombie bodies, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and others were very unhappy. Finally, these 3 immortal zombie bodies. The medicine sovereign happily kept it into his storage pouch. With this discovery, Fang Yuan's heart relaxed. Land's Spirit of Langia was not the only thing that could capture Gu Immortals. There was always someone better than you. There were even more capable Gu Immortals. And during this period, Fang Yuan kept on changing secret rooms, releasing a dense fog. People could not tell that most of the Gu Immortal captives came from him alone. Gradually, more and more Gu Immortals stopped trading and chose to watch from the sidelines. They had basically achieved their goals. The remaining Gu Immortals were getting fewer and fewer in number. But the items being traded were getting rarer and more precious. After the 9th round, Gu Immortals were starting to leave. Right when Fang Yuan thought that the Gu Immortal captives would complete the transaction, Qin Baisheng's expression suddenly changed. He had received an important request from a lone cultivator Gu Immortal. He raised his voice. The next transaction is the entire Gu recipe of the Immortal Gu House Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the method to use it. The seller wants woodpath items that can aid in cultivation. What? Red Fiend Divine Boat. This Immortal Gu House is actually being sold. Why are they only selling it now? The auction is coming to an end. Ha, those who left early must be regretting it. In the 2 single rooms, Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha had ugly expressions. Zombie Alliance wanted to get rid of the Gu Immortal who was selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, but this lone cultivator was very astute. He did not give them a chance to do anything. Now that they were in the auction, Zombie Alliance could not do anything. They could only persuade him and offer a high price. Next, this lone cultivator might have been influenced by the atmosphere of the auction. He became greedy and offered higher prices, threatening Zombie Alliance. Finally, the 2 sides broke down. The lone cultivator Gu Immortal immediately took out the Red Fiend Divine Boat. I am willing to pay 6,000 yuan stone and 1,000 kilograms of red refinement gold. I will buy it all. Immortal Farmer Soil. I have 4,000 kilograms of Immortal Farmer Soil. I will give it all to you in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. A bunch of fools, didn't you hear Brother Qin's words? The seller wants woodpath resources. I have blue fall grass here. Blue fall grass is nothing, I have nature roots here. At once, the crowd became excited, especially the representatives of the super forces. Several rank 8 great experts also joined in. Chapter 769. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan muttered as his fingers tapped on the armrest, emitting a loud sound. In the hall, bids were being called out endlessly. At the final moment of the auction, a treasure like Red Fiend Divine Boat actually appeared. This was an unexpected surprise. Ordinary lone cultivators and lone cultivators could forget about it. Only the rank 7 Gu Immortals and rank 8 great experts of super forces could compete for it. Especially super forces, the allure of an immortal Gu house to super forces was huge. The price soared at an extremely fast speed. Even though this was a free transaction, everyone subconsciously competed intensely for it. They adopted the auction rules. Qin Baixing smiled bitterly. He was the one who set the rules, but seeing so many experts shouting and shouting, he wisely chose to watch from the sidelines. If he emphasized the rules now, he would offend all of these giants. Do you see this? This is the allure of Red Fiend Divine Boat. Your zombie alliance is too stingy. The seller used the situation to be arrogant, sending a message to the two leaders of Zombie Alliance. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's face turned dark. Yin Lu Gong sighed. The current price was already much higher than Zombie Alliance's starting price. This was not the end, the price was still rising. Yin Lu Gong was an understanding person. He knew that at this point, this Red Fiend Divine Boat was no longer fated with Zombie Alliance. He did not know how the leader would punish him for his incompetence when he returned. Fang Yuan listened to the bids as he pondered in silence. I only have 4 immortal Gu captives left. One of them is Wu Hao. Known as Rushing Thunder Hand, he is the only rank 7 Gu immortal among the captives. The other 3 are the 3 Hua Hai immortals. They belong to Woodpath. Evidently, using these 4 Gu immortal captives to exchange for Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was not likely to succeed. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was a Space Path Gu immortal. They were not compatible with each other. The allure of these 4 Gu immortal captives fell sharply. Most importantly, Immortal Gu were unique. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was extremely useful. If not for the temptation of Red Fiend Divine Boat, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu would not have exposed such a good Gu. It would not be appropriate for me to forcefully exchange it. The Strength Path Immortal Gu that I just obtained. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu looked down on him. If he used Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu to exchange rank 7 for rank 6, it would be a huge loss. As for Fixed Immortal Travel and Connect Luck, these Immortal Gu are indispensable to me. It can't be traded. But if he could not obtain Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was unwilling to give up. If he missed this opportunity and this atmosphere, it would be difficult for him to do business in the future even if he had sufficient capital. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu itself was not something Fang Yuan needed. But in Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a way to use this Gu as the core and combine it with other rare supplementary Gu. Brewing a Dream Path Killer Move. Dream Path Immortal Killer Move. At this time, the 3 Venerables spread throughout the 5 regions. Involving Great Dream Immortal Venerable, all super forces and rank 8 powerhouses were researching Dream Path. Although the results of the research were superficial, they were already able to manifest dreams. 2 Dream Path Immortal Gu had also appeared. One was in the hands of Feng Kim Hong, and the other was controlled by Lady Poison Scorpion. Speaking of which, the latter was more reliable. Feng Kim Hong was still a mortal girl, while Lady Poison Scorpion was in her blessed land, sleeping and exploring dream realms. Everyone knew that Dream Path was the trend of the future. Thus, she kept it to herself. Even though she created many Dream Path Mortal Gu, she did not circulate them, she treated them as her greatest secret. Those who could become Gu immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They had deep foresight and were astute. Thus, even in such an auction, there were no Dream Path-related treasures being sold. Fang Yuan naturally knew many Dream Path Mortal Gu recipes. But Mortal Gu were not very useful in exploring dream realms. Otherwise, the super forces would have already started infiltrating dream realms on a large scale. The truly useful ones were the Dream Path Immortal Gu. The amazing thing was, be it the 2 now or the Dream Path Immortal Gu that appeared later in Fang Yuan's memories, they were all in the hands of women. Or maybe it was the 3 venerables, 2 male and 1 female immortal venerable. From this, it could be deduced that Great Dream Immortal Venerable was a female immortal venerable. In the short term, Fang Yuan would not be able to obtain Dream Path Immortal Gu. But if he had a Dream Path Immortal Killer move, he could use it in place of Dream Path Immortal Gu. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, man was the spirit of all living beings. Simply put, the use of gu depended on the user. There was no strongest gu worm, only the strongest gu master. Genius gu masters were often able to combine different gu worms together, and thus display even more power. For example, Fang Yuan did not have a Strength Path Immortal Gu, he only used Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu of Soul Path as the core, along with other Mortal Gu, to form the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self and create the fusion of Enslavement and Strength Path. This Dream Path Killer move was the same, the core Immortal Gu was Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery, but when used, it was a Dream Path Killer move. If I can obtain this gu, I can gather Dream Path Gu materials and refine Mortal Gu one by one. Even though it will take time and effort, if I succeed in combining the killer move, the benefits will be thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater. It will make up for the regrets of my previous life, I will be the pioneer in exploring dream realms, I will be ahead of all the forces in the world, big or small, and most of the giants. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry as he thought about it. He evaluated the value of this Dream Path Killer move, it was not inferior to Wisdom Gu. It was only inferior to Spring Autumn Cicada and Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was higher than All-Out Effort Gu. Looking at the fortuitous encounters in Fang Yuan's previous life, Spring Autumn Cicada was firmly at the top. Even though it was rank 6 and could not compare to Wisdom Gu's rank 9, it allowed Fang Yuan to be reborn again. Even though there was a chance of failure, it succeeded every time, didn't it? As long as it failed once, it would be the worst fortuitous encounter. But if it succeeded, it would be the undisputed number 1. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was second. It allowed Fang Yuan to have the foundation of a Gu Immortal when he was immortal, he could stand on the shoulders of Gu Immortals. After becoming an immortal zombie, it greatly made up for the shortcomings of immortal zombies. Precisely because of this place, Fang Yuan had ample capital. Gu Immortal cultivation was not just about fighting and killing, management was the greatest foundation. Wisdom Gu was third. Using the light of wisdom, it gave Fang Yuan unlimited inspiration and rapidly brought Fang Yuan out of the quagmire. But in the end, it still depended on the blessed land and culture. Maybe in the future, it could truly control it. It could give Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise. But now, it was only third. As for the fourth, it was All-Out Effort Gu. Even though this Gu was only a rank 4 Mortal Gu, the timing was extremely good. It was Fang Yuan's first springboard after rebirth. Without All-Out Effort Gu, there would not be Fang Yuan's outstanding battle strength. Without outstanding battle strength, he would be eliminated and might not even be able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path Killer move, if Fang Yuan could obtain it and use it properly, it would be on par with Wisdom Gu at the current stage. But after this period, the value of the Dream Path Killer move would continue to fall. If he obtained this killer move when the Dream Realm manifested and Dream Path was fully unleashed, its value would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter depended on the timing. Spring Autumn Cicada had great value, but after Fang Yuan became a demon venerable, he would be invincible in the world. What was the use? Hu Immortal Blessed Land was good. But if Fang Yuan became a Gu Immortal and had his own blessed land, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would not be as valuable as it was now. The same logic applied to Wisdom Gu, All-Out Effort Gu, and this Dream Path Killer move. But to obtain this Dream Path Killer move, the core Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, must be obtained. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Fang Yuan looked at the auction situation. At this moment, there were few competitors left. Feng Jioge and old ancestor Shui who had already been eliminated. These two had spent a huge sum to buy Ma and Zhao, they had suffered a huge loss, they had no strength to compete with others now. Yao Huang also withdrew with regret. He had bought some Refinement Path Immortal Gu earlier, and was also a huge customer of Gu Immortal captives. Furthermore, Refinement Path consumed a lot of resources, all sorts of factors caused him to be pushed out of the competition. Five Elements Grandmaster withdrew even earlier. He had bought many immortal goo of mainstream paths in the auction, and was a lone cultivator himself. The remaining competitors were Heavenly Lord Baizu, the Eastern Sea Rank 8 Goo Immortal, and the three super forces, Yuan Tribe, Murong Tribe, and Chanyu Tribe. Soon, Chanyu Tribe also withdrew from the competition. Yuan Tribe's Yuan Rangzun was clamoring, saying that he would sell all of the true martial carps, but he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan Tribe already had their own immortal goo house. Thus, only Murong Tribe, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal, and Heavenly Lord Baizu were left to compete. Murong Jin Shao, as the sect leader, I do not have an immortal goo house to defend my sect. This is very inappropriate. If you stop today, I will reward you greatly. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal persuaded. Murong Jin Shao shook his head, bowing as he smiled. Lord, our Murong tribe's immortal goo house lacks a core immortal goo. This is something that everyone in Northern Plains knows. This concerns the benefits of our tribe. Please forgive me for being disrespectful, but I will try my best to compete for it. Regardless of the outcome, I will only be satisfied. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal sighed. He did not try to persuade anymore. He raised the price again. It seems that I still have hope. Right now, the price had reached 2 immortal goo. It far surpassed the value of the 4 goo immortal captives. But Feng Yuan's gaze was becoming brighter. Red Fiend Divine Boat is good, but it does not have a core immortal goo. The 3 parties are offering rank 6 immortal goo. They are hard to use. 2 immortal goo is already the limit. The 3 parties are already hesitating. The price is getting lower each time. After all, even if we get this Red Fiend Divine Boat, which contains the complete immortal goo recipe, we will need to spend a huge amount to refine it. The seller is clearly a woodpath goo cultivator. They are asking for items that can help their cultivation. Among these 6 immortal goo, only one is woodpath. It comes from Murong tribe. It is an investigative immortal goo. Hee, wonderful. Forget about the goo immortal captive I have. Rushing Thunder Hand Wu Hao, the 3 Hua High Immortals are Woodpath Goo Immortals. In this situation, I might be able to make use of it. Feng Yuan acted quickly. He immediately contacted Heavenly Lord Baizu through Qin Baisheng. Right now, the 3 parties are in a deadlock. I do not have a Woodpath Immortal Goo. Murong tribe has the greatest hope. Maybe I can use this to break the deadlock. Heavenly Lord Baizu was moved. He took the initiative to change his offer. He first put down Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, then put up the 3 Hua High Immortals. The seller's eyes shined. After hesitating, he chose Heavenly Lord Baizu in the end. He was a smart person. To him, although the other 2 parties had an extra immortal goo, one of them even had a wood path immortal goo. But Heavenly Lord Baizu offered a movement immortal goo and 3 woodpath immortal apertures. They were suitable for him to swallow and raise his cultivation level. By selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, he had already offended Zombie Alliance. Right now, he was only concerned about survival and development. The one that was most suitable for him was the one with the greatest value. Heavenly Lord Baizu had little interest in the 3 Hua High Immortals, but the seller urgently needed them. As for Heavenly Lord Baizu, he did not lose anything. He still had to pay 2 immortal goo. Since he had already decided to give up Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, it did not matter who he sold it to. Now that he sold it to Feng Yuan, he broke the deadlock and won the Red Fiend Divine Boat. As for Feng Yuan, he finally obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. This is a win-win situation for all 3 parties, ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Yao Huang's expression did not change. His smile became even brighter. Since Heavenly Lord has the intention, who in the world can stop you? Look, it is hard for us old fellows to gather together. There is no time like the present. Why don't we have a good chat today? How about it? Ha, that is exactly what I wanted to say. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed loudly. Immediately, Yao Huang took out the immortal Gu House medicine hut and invited all the Gu immortals present to participate. Eventually, most of the super forces joined in, including 5 Elements Grandmaster, who represented the interests of lone cultivators. But when they invited old ancestor Xuehu, he rejected. In this auction, old ancestor Xuehu made a huge investment, buying Ma Hongyun and the precious contents of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. What he wanted to do now was to use Ma Hongyun as the main material to recreate fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu and use it on himself. As the representative of the prince's impatience's will, Feng Jioge, who was disguised as Swordmaster Yulan, also rejected this meeting and left alone. In a hidden reed bush, he quietly met up with the Central Continent Gu immortals. Feng Jioge smiled as he looked around at the crowd. I've already sent word to let you know about what happened at the auction. Lord Jioge has great methods and guts, I am in awe. With Zhao Lianyun, we can soul search her and find many precious clues, we can find the culprit. I still have to thank Lord for helping me exchange for the suitable immortal Gu. What should we do now? The Central Continent Gu immortals spoke one after another, they were clearly following Feng Jioge's lead. Feng Jioge laughed heartily. Along the way, he had used his strength to suppress everyone, and now, he took the risk and entered the tiger's den to exchange for immortal Gu for everyone. Using Feng Jioge's methods and charm, with the iron rod in one hand and the benefits in the other, he finally became the leader of the group. Of course, Feng Jioge also knew that even though the atmosphere was harmonious, everyone still had their own thoughts. But everyone was smart, they were in Northern Plains now and had a heavy responsibility on their shoulders, even if they had any thoughts, they would suppress them in their hearts and choose to cooperate sincerely. To Feng Jioge, this was enough. Everyone, even though we have Zhao Lianyun, to find the culprit, we do not have enough clues. If we had enough, Northern Plains Gu immortal world would have already found out the truth, and the culprit would have nowhere to hide. I already have a suspect. Feng Jioge said. Everyone heard this and felt their spirits rise. Feng Jioge continued, but this person has concealed himself deeply, I do not know his true identity. To find him, we need to start with the host of this auction. Lord is talking about Qin Baisheng. He is a famous expert in Northern Plains, a rank 7 metal path Gu immortal. I know this person, he is a lone cultivator. His achievements today are all due to his own strength. It is very rare. Qin Baisheng not only has outstanding battle strength, he is also good at socializing and has many connections. We need to deal with him. We need to strike at lightning speed and use all our strength. If we let him escape and call for help, it will be difficult. Everyone discussed enthusiastically. Although they were the representatives of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and had many methods and strong battle strength, they were fighting as guest armies. Once their identities were exposed, it was very likely that Northern Plains Gu immortals would attack them together. But fortunately, there was also Prince's Impatience, the person who was hiding behind the scenes. At another location, the battle had already begun. He Langzi, you have guts. You actually dare to attack our Chanyu tribe. A Gu immortal who was ambushed shouted in anger. Why wouldn't I dare? So what if you are Chanyu tribe? No matter how strong the winged blade is, can it save you now? As long as you listen obediently. Hand over that sandalwood sacred elephant's egg. I will spare your life today. A huge wolf that was as tall as a hill spoke with an eerie gaze. This egg came from a mysterious Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal. Because of a certain auction, it had fallen into the hands of Chanyu tribe's representative. He Langzi had left early because he had other plans, he had meticulously set up an ambush outside, waiting for his prey. He caught this unlucky person. He Langzi, you concealed yourself very well. Someone actually leaked information to you in the auction. Didn't you call yourself Lone Wolf, a lone wolf who disdains communicating with other Gu immortals? If you have guts, fight me to your heart's content, let's make a bet. If you win, I will give you the sandalwood sacred elephant's egg without hesitation. If you lose, you will join our Chanyu tribe and work for 100 years. The Chanyu Gu immortal shouted. He had just shouted when he heard a woman's laughter, coming from the left. Next, black light flashed as 3 Gu immortals appeared. Chanyu tribe's Gu immortal was shocked, the other party's hostility was so obvious, he did not sense it at all. You are He Cheng. Chanyu tribe's Gu immortal looked carefully and quickly recognized the identity of the newcomer, and Fairy Jiang Yu, Why is the demonic path Shuesong Zi with you? Chanyu Zhong Er, I know you have the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe. But if you want to use this move to defeat He Lang Zi and recruit a rank 7 fighter for your tribe, you are too naive. Fairy Jiang Yu continued to smile as she spoke. Chanyu Zhong Er's expression sank, the other party was right. It was because of the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe that he had the confidence to represent Chanyu tribe in this auction. But to think that he had greatly underestimated the human heart, and also overestimated the reputation of Chanyu tribe. He Cheng, you are a He tribe Gu immortal, you have the Huang Jin bloodline like my Chanyu tribe. You actually colluded with outsiders of the demonic path to harm us righteous path Gu immortals. Don't make a huge mistake, it is not too late to turn back now. Chanyu Zhong Er's thoughts changed as he tried to persuade He Cheng. Shuesong Zi laughed heartily, if your big brother Chanyu Shang Yi was here, we would have a headache. If it were your third brother Chanyu Xia San, we would have given up on the idea of surrounding you. Unfortunately, you do not have your brother's defense, nor your brother's speed, you will definitely lose today. Chanyu Zhong Er's expression turned even uglier, his gaze was like lightning as he stared at He Cheng, shouting, He Cheng, you are a righteous path Gu immortal, do you not want your reputation? If today's matter is exposed, as long as a trace of it gets out, you will be condemned by everyone, you will be hated by everyone like a rat on the street, hunted by everyone. He Cheng's eyes flashed with hesitation, but after hearing Fairy Jiang Yu's words, he became firm. He did not speak, instead he waved his sleeves and shot out a dark arrow towards Chanyu Zhong Er. He was using the most practical action to show his determination. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Third Branch Peak. Green light flickered as Tai Bai Yunsheng appeared in the room. Almost at the same time he appeared, he activated his defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. One of the disadvantages of fixed immortal travel was that other Gu worms could not be used during the teleportation process. The second disadvantage was that the immortal essence expenditure would increase according to the strength of the target. Earlier, Fang Yuan was immortal, he had few Dao marks on him, thus the immortal essence expenditure was low. When teleporting Gu immortal targets, he would need at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. After confirming there was no danger, Fang Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture. This room was the place where Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had received them back then. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan are not responding, due to the alliance agreement, we have to react to this situation. Search, the most likely place is here. A moment later, the two found Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan in a bedroom. They are lying on the bed, they seem to be sleeping. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a dazed expression. He was just about to walk up when Fang Yuan stopped him. It's dangerous, don't get close to them. What danger? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, they are both in a dream realm. Once we get close, we'll be implicated as well. Chapter 771. Dream Realm. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard Fang Yuan's words and his gaze flickered, a solemn expression appeared on his face. Earlier, Fang Yuan and He Lulan worked together to explore Starry Sky Blessed Land, they met with danger in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. Fang Yuan had already informed Tai Bai Yunsheng of this matter. Thus, when Tai Bai Yunsheng heard the word Dream Realm, he immediately realized the severity of it. He sighed lightly, No wonder Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan did not participate in the auction, they were trapped by the dream realm. I was still guessing if it was because of He Lulan's tribulation. Fang Yuan nodded. Old Bai, you guessed correctly. It is very likely that they were trapped in the dream realm because of the tribulation, unable to get out. Why would Gu Immortal's tribulation turn into dream realm calamities? Tai Bai Yunsheng asked in confusion. Fang Yuan sighed. There was no such thing in the past, but now that dream realms are manifesting, they are gradually creating such calamities and tribulations. Especially in the 500 years of his previous life, during the middle and late stages of the 5 regions' chaotic war, dream realms manifested on a large scale, appearing in every corner of the 5 regions. The phenomenon of dream realms turning into calamities was very common. Who knew how many Gu Immortals had died? What do we do now? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, we cannot just watch them die. Tai Bai Yunsheng was helpless, he could only ask Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent, but his eyes flickered with a dark light. At this moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had weak defenses, it was not hard to kill them. But Fang Yuan could not attack due to the alliance agreement, he even had to save them. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was signed using Mountain Pledge Gu. If I want to violate it, I have to destroy Snowy Mountain. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough, I cannot destroy Snowy Mountain. Even if I can destroy it. Tai Bai Yunsheng has a kind nature, if I really want to attack, he will be an obstacle. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This was indeed a great opportunity. After killing He Lulan, he would get Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu, and Slavery Immortal Gu. The first 3 were Strength Path Immortal Gu. The latter was an enslavement path and was extremely suitable for Fang Yuan. Especially Self-Strength Immortal Gu, as long as he obtained it. As the core, it could raise the power of the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self by several levels. There was also Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Gu. With it, Fang Yuan would have the same huge advantage as Fairy Li Shan. Helping other Gu Immortals to sign an alliance agreement was a huge transaction, the profits far surpassed the Guts Gu transaction. This is because using Mountain Pledge Gu to help others set up the alliance agreement. Not only could he get a generous reward, but he could also make a lot of friends. Fairy Li Shan was able to do well in both the righteous and demonic paths, it was mostly because of this Gu. Mountain Pledge Gu was not an offensive immortal Gu, nor could it provide defense, nor could it help the Gu Immortal move. But no matter which Gu Immortal obtained it, they would have a huge advantage. It was only a supplementary immortal Gu. But Gu Immortals were definitely not people who only fought and killed. Gu Immortals prioritized cultivation and management. In reality, fighting was only a small part of a Gu Immortal's life. Only during the 5 regions' chaotic war would fighting become the main theme. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands suddenly shook. The surging aura of a rank 8 Gu Immortal filled the sky and spread out. We welcome old ancestors' arrival. Next, several demonic path Gu Immortals' voices came from their respective peaks. It is old ancestor Shui Hu. He has his own grotto heaven, he does not usually stay here, why is he here? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed. He had just finished speaking when old ancestor Shui Hu's grand voice resounded in the entire blessed land. All of you, quickly come to the main hall to see me, I have something to discuss with you. We obey old ancestors' command. The demonic path Gu Immortals replied in unison. Gu Immortal figures flew out of the snowy peaks one after another. Tai Bai Yunsheng turned pale with fright. Oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still dreaming. She has not appeared for a long time and has not replied. Old ancestor Shui Hu will definitely be suspicious and come to investigate. We can escape with fixed immortal travel, Fairy Li Shan is also probably safe. The crucial thing is He Lulan, she did not join Snowy Mountain Demonic Cave and is the most crucial person in the True Yang building case. If she is captured and soul searched, we will all be finished. Boom boom boom. An intense explosion occurred as a pitiful figure flew out. Behind him, a huge wolf jumped out of the dust and opened its bloody mouth, speaking in human language, Chanyu Zhong, where are you going? The pitiful figure was Chanyu Zhong. He escaped while shouting with a fearful expression, He Lang Zi, Hey Cheng, don't go overboard, I will fight you to the death. Immemorial Flame Axe. His body shook as he put his palms together, turning around and slashing backwards. Immediately, flames surged and condensed into the shape of an axe in the air, slashing towards the huge wolf. Before the attack even arrived, the burning flames had already scorched the huge wolf's fur. The huge flame axe illuminated half the sky, it was powerful and had an intense aura of destruction, as if it could destroy everything. This was an immortal killer move, it had a fierce attack. But facing such a powerful attack, He Lang Zi's eyes showed disdain and mockery. Whoosh! The huge wolf vanished, dodging the immemorial flame axe and blocking Chanyu Zhong's escape route. No matter how fierce the attack is, if it cannot hit its target, so what? Fairy Jiangyu appeared, floating in the sky. Earlier, she had used an immortal movement killer move to teleport He Lang Zi away. Damn it! Chanyu Zhong gritted his teeth, his heart sank to rock bottom, his furious and helpless face showed a trace of despair. You are distracted. Suddenly, a black-robed Gu immortal appeared behind him. Chanyu Zhong was shocked, he quickly retreated and pulled some distance. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was still floating on the spot, he stretched out his right hand and aimed his palm at Chanyu Zhong. This distance is enough, now, taste the power of my immortal Gu soul lead. Chanyu Zhong's movements froze, his body stiffened and his soul shook, as if a huge force was trying to pull his soul out of his body. Oh no! Chanyu Zhong was shocked, ordinary defensive methods could not defend against this soul path method. He tried his best to stabilize his soul. At once, he was in a deadlock with the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. Quickly help me. The black-robed Gu immortal said. The moment he said that, He Cheng and Shui Song Zi flew to his side. They placed their palms on the black-robed Gu immortal's shoulders. After secretly using Gu worms, the three immortals' souls exerted strength together, forming an even larger force. Using soul lead immortal Gu was like this, it was like a tug of war, disregarding everything else, it was a contest of souls. At this moment, the black-robed Gu immortal, He Cheng, and Shui Song Zi worked together. Against Chanyu Zhong, they had a huge advantage. I am unresigned. I hate this so much, ah. Let me go. Chanyu Zhong could not resist it, his soul was pulled out. Without the control of his soul, his physical body was like a kite with a broken string, falling straight down. But soon, Fairy Jiangyu caught it. She quickly inspected it. She laughed loudly, as expected, this fire path immortal Gu is in Chanyu Zhong's blessed land. So your true target is my fire path immortal Gu. What are you trying to do? Chanyu Zhong's soul was in the black-robed Gu immortal's hands, he shouted angrily. No, we did not lie to you earlier. The sandalwood sacred elephant's egg is also our target. But for an immortal Gu, it is just icing on the cake. Fairy Jiangyu smiled. She was in a good mood after her plan succeeded. Just as she was about to explain to Chanyu Zhong, her expression suddenly changed. Not just her. The black-robed Gu immortal's hands shook. He was wearing a black robe and a hood, his face was shrouded in darkness, his voice was hoarse, Qin Bai Sheng was plotted against, So this Swordmaster Yulan is a central continent Gu immortal in disguise. We cannot lose Qin Bai Sheng, we need to save him. Fairy Jiangyu's tone was anxious, she did not stop as she flew into the sky. The black-robed Gu immortal and He Lang Zi followed closely behind. Only He Cheng and Shui Song Zi were left behind. Lord He Cheng, should we follow? Shui Song Zi was hesitant. He Cheng looked at the black-robed Gu immortal, his heart filled with wariness. Not long ago, this person had appeared, he had many methods and great strength, his relationship with Fairy Jiang Yu was clearly not ordinary. Shui Songzi was hesitant, but so was he Cheng. It seems that this black-robed Gu immortal is also a member of Shadow Sect. He Lang Zi might be the same as me, we might be collaborators. Shadow Sect and Central Continent Gu immortals. He Cheng's gaze flickered, he flew up and chased after Fairy Jiang Yu and the rest. Shui Songzi snorted coldly, following closely behind. Huff huff huff. Qin Baixing breathed roughly, he had dozens of injuries on his body, some were bleeding, some were deep to the bone, some were black and emitting a foul stench. As expected of a famous expert of Northern Plains, we attacked together and ambushed you, but you still managed to injure 3 of them. Feng Jioge crossed his arms as he watched, showing deep admiration in his eyes. Northern Plains Gu immortals have outstanding battle strength indeed. Their methods are clearly on par with ours, but they still allowed you to achieve such results. Qin Baisheng, on account that you are a true man, just surrender. What we said to you earlier was the truth. As long as you tell us the true identities of certain people, we will let you leave safely. In the sky around Qin Baisheng, Central Continent Gu immortals were standing all around him. They spoke and tried to persuade him. Among them, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui from Heaven's Envy Manor, as well as the young Wisdom Path Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect, Old Oracle Z, were all injured. You want me to surrender? Qin Baisheng frowned, he spat out a mouthful of blood, humph. A foreign person sneaking into my Northern Plains. Intruder. Let me tell you, I am a man of Northern Plains, I am not a coward. Come at me if you have the guts, don't worry, before I die, I will definitely drag one of you down with me. Feng Jioge sighed helplessly. Since that's the case, all of you step back. I'll do it. Qin Baisheng stared at Feng Jioge with a solemn gaze. He did not know Feng Jioge, but he knew that he was their leader, he did not make a move in the intense battle earlier, he had his pride. I will only use one move, if you can take it, I will let you leave. Feng Jioge slowly flew towards Qin Baisheng, his expression was calm and his tone was plain. Floating astronomy. Chapter 773. One move. Hearing Feng Jioge's words, Qin Baisheng laughed from anger. I have dominated for hundreds of years, defeating Lu Hao, Shan Yuxiong, and Nu Er Du, killing Bai Kenzi, Jade Fire Farmer, and Heavenly Emotion Mountain Lord, drawing with Yuan Rang Zun, and escaping from 5 Elements Master. In the entire Northern Plains, there are only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals who can defeat me. But it is not easy to kill me. There are very few rank 7 Gu immortals who can match me. You are also a rank 7 Gu immortal, you want to defeat me in one move? Ha ha ha. Qin Baisheng laughed loudly, his laughter was filled with confidence towards himself. Feng Jioge's words were indeed too arrogant. At once, even the surrounding Central Continent Gu immortals could not help but feel worried. Feng Jioge, however, smiled faintly as he slowly narrated, I've been fond of music since I was a child. When I first started cultivating, I made a grand wish to compose 9 songs to express myself, all living beings, and the world. Until now, I have created 6 songs. If you can listen to this song, I will admit defeat and let you leave freely. Qin Baisheng's laughter stopped, he looked at Feng Jioge with a solemn gaze, not blinking for a moment. Looking at the serious tone and smiling Feng Jioge, Qin Baisheng felt a strong sense of threat in his heart. He thought about it, and bowed to Feng Jioge solemnly, I have not asked for your name. Feng Jioge returned the greeting, I am Feng Jioge. Qin Baisheng's expression changed, so you are the number 1 person of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, no wonder. Ha ha ha, then come, let me see your power. As a Northern Plains Gu immortal, Qin Baisheng had heard of Feng Zhouge's reputation long ago. But after knowing Feng Zhouge's identity, Qin Baisheng's heart surged with boundless battle intent instead. They were all rank 7 Gu immortals. Why could you kill and defeat Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects and be called the number 1 person? I'd like to measure your weight. Feng Zhouge breathed in deeply, saying slowly, "This song is called Green Jade Song, please enjoy it." The other central continent Gu immortals retreated, giving them a wide space. "Come!" Qin Baisheng shouted, his gaze was like lightning, his battle intent surged, he had a heroic aura. Snowy mountain blessed land. Third peak. This time, it is all thanks to you guys. If old ancestor Shuehu, even me, I might not be able to save her life. In the secret room, Fairy, thanked Fang Yuan and Fairy, Tai Baisheng, an immortal. Gu immortal was Gu immortal, she, Gu, and Bai, immortals of the Emu of course, she of them, of course was, Gu, was, she, Bai. Once his identity was exposed, he would be hunted down by the Gu immortal world. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed deeply. Fairy, we were guessing the reason why you were absent from the auction. Once He Lulan was discovered, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng would be implicated. These three were tied to the same rope. Sigh. Fairy Li Shan sighed, I never thought that dream realms could become disasters. Do you two have a way to wake little Lan up? Tai Bai Yunsheng shook his head, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said solemnly, difficult. The dream calamity's main target is He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, you were only implicated because you touched her. Thus, I only need to injure you and make you wake up from the pain. But He Lulan is deep in the dream realm, even if we kill her, she will not wake up. Fairy Li Shan's eyes shined with hope, if it is only difficult, then it is not that there is no way, Fang Yuan, it seems that you have a way. Fang Yuan chuckled, He Lulan is quite lucky, I obtained a Gu at the auction, it can be used to create a dream path killer move, it can solve this problem. But to create the killer move, just the core immortal Gu is not enough, we need the help of many mortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed, quickly saying, I can help with this, Fang Yuan, what materials do you need to refine Gu, you can tell me, I will do my best to satisfy your request. But Fang Yuan shook his head, these dream path mortal Gu require the refinement materials to be found in dream realms. Refining dream Gu is different from other paths, the entire process requires me to do it personally. So dream path has such details. Fairy Li Shan blinked, this was the first time she had heard of this. Dream path Gu worms were very different from Gu worms of other paths. One of them was that the refinement materials were not material from the real world, they were obtained from dream realms. This dream realm could not be someone else's, it could only be one's own. Only by using materials from one's own dream realm could one refine dream path Gu worms. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, even though his dream path development was slow in his previous life and his achievements were limited, he still knew this common knowledge. After rebirth, this common knowledge had instead become the most advanced research result, it was kept by the few forces that controlled it. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fairy Li Shan did not doubt Fang Yuan's words. But in her heart, she could not help but look at Fang Yuan in a new light. Fairy Li Shan also knew a portion of Fang Yuan's situation and experiences. Especially the Guts Gu transaction, Fairy Li Shan had a share of the profits. This junior Fang Yuan is truly amazing. It seems like there is no problem that he cannot solve. Previously, he researched Air Sac Gu and could actually transfer Guts Gu. Now, he also has such research on Dream Path. This is not something a lone cultivator like him can create, I'm afraid his background is not simple. Fairy Li Shan was thinking when Fang Yuan spoke again, Fairy, you know that I am a straightforward person, I like to communicate openly. If I can save the two of you this time, how much will the reward be? Fairy Li Shan's eyes turned. She was already familiar with Fang Yuan's nature. She was not surprised. She smiled. The debt of saving your life is naturally as heavy as a mountain. Fang Yuan, how many immortal yuan stone, immortal gu recipes, or immortal materials do you want? Just name it. Her tone was very polite. After all, she had a request. Fang Yuan raised his head and smiled. I don't want anything else, but I want the self-strength gu and strength chi gu in He Lulan's hands. 2 lives, 2 gu. Fairy Li Shan's smile vanished without a trace. These 2 immortal gu are Xiao Lan's core gu worms. A gentleman does not take what others like. Fang Yuan's condition is too harsh. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Could it be that your lives are not as precious as 2 gu worms? You are wrong. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. Even if we are discovered, Xiao Lan's life will be in danger. I will be fine. Furthermore, if something happens to Xiao Lan, the 2 of you will also be implicated. We are bound together for good or ill. Helping us is also beneficial to the 2 of you. Fang Yuan smiled, nodding in agreement. Fairy's words are very reasonable. I am full of admiration for you. Let's forget about the previous condition. I will go back and prepare. I promise that in 3 to 5 years, we will definitely save He Lulan. I will take my leave now. Saying so, Fang Yuan stood up and prepared to leave. Although both sides had signed an alliance agreement, they could not leave them in the lurch. But there was a rule that neither side could use the alliance agreement to force the other to save them. They had to negotiate a suitable reward. It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to save them, it was just that it would take some time, thus his current actions were not going against the alliance agreement. Fairy Li Shan felt a huge headache. She quickly stood up and advised, Wait, Fang Yuan, let's talk. Fairy, what do you want? I am all ears. Fang Yuan lowered his attitude. He was very humble and polite. Sigh, Fang Yuan, don't be like this. The 2 strength path immortal gu are not mine. I cannot promise you anything now. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Fang Yuan showed an understanding expression. That's right, I also feel that this condition is too much. Just pretend I did not say anything. Fairy, you are right. Self-strength and strength chi gu are He Lulan's immortal gu. How can you make the decision? Forget it. We are allies after all. I will definitely help. But you need to know that refining dream path gu worms is very troublesome. Thus, it takes a lot of time. We need to make a lot of preparations. During this time, you can search for other methods to see if you can wake up He Lulan. My method will definitely succeed, but it will take too long. If He Lulan is discovered by others during this time, it will be terrible. But thankfully, Tai Bai Yunsheng and I are in Central Continent. Even if He Lulan encounters any mishap, we will uphold our relationship as allies and take revenge for He Lulan. These words made Fairy Li Shan so angry that she rolled her eyes. Tai Bai Yunsheng was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He did not forget to add, speaking of the alliance agreement, we still have 2 years left. After 2 years, if He Lulan does not wake up, how will we renew the agreement? Sigh, this is a troublesome matter. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a kind nature, but when it came to important benefits, his attitude was firm. He was not always a good person. You too. Fairy Li Shan was furious. He Lulan's identity was hidden. Even though He Qing knew about it, the other party had a scheme and did not dare to expose He Lulan's identity. But this greatly restricted Fairy Li Shan's ability to request for help. The crucial thing was that Dream Path was involved. Even if the large forces researched it and obtained some results, they would not easily give it to Fairy Li Shan to save He Lulan. Thus, in front of Fairy Li Shan, the most likely and effective method to save He Lulan was to rely on Fang Yuan. Regarding this, Fairy Li Shan was well aware. Seeing that Fang Yuan was not willing to give in, she could only take a step back and say dejectedly, forget it, we are unlucky. We will do as you say, 2 immortal gu. But you can only choose between strength chi and strength chi. I can make the decision for little Lan. The remaining immortal goo will be provided by me. Just tell me the truth, this is my bottom line, don't force me anymore. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but be moved, he sighed, He Lulan is truly blessed to have a senior like you. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly, looking at Fang Yuan. She knew that even though Tai Bai Yunsheng was Fang Yuan's senior brother, Fang Yuan was the leader. To save He Lulan, Fang Yuan had to make a move. Fang Yuan pondered for a while. He knew that even though he could still force her, he would lose their friendship. Earlier, when he took the initiative to give in, the atmosphere that was created with great difficulty would be destroyed. Strength Qi and Self Qi were good, but Fang Yuan had obtained several new Strength Path Immortal Goo, he did not need them as urgently as before. Chapter 774. What, you want Mountain Pledge Goo? Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes, showing anger on her face. Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo was extremely important, it was Fairy Li Shan's main source of income. As the saying goes, cutting off a person's wealth is like killing their parents, this was a deep grudge. Not only that, Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo allowed Fairy Li Shan to form relationships with many people, allowing her to move freely between the righteous and demonic paths in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. Once Mountain Pledge Goo was lost, Fairy Li Shan's advantage would be gone. Fang Yuan laughed, waving his hand, it was a joke, don't mind it. He naturally knew the importance of Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo, this was mostly a test, he had not thought of the possibility of success. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her tone turning cold, Fang Yuan, your joke is not funny at all. I have several Immortal Goo here, you can choose from them as half of the reward. As for the other half, when little Lan wakes up, she will hand it over to you. Fang Yuan was still thinking about that slavery Immortal Goo in He Lulan's possession. But after seeing Fairy Li Shan's Immortal Goo, his eyes shined, changing his mind. This Immortal Goo is not bad, I will choose it. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan chose an Immortal Goo and sighed internally, her heart filled with bitterness. She had just obtained this Immortal Goo not long ago, it was snatched away by Fang Yuan before she could even use it. This Goo was called Time Luck, it was a Luck Path and Time Path Immortal Goo, it expended immortal essence and time to increase one's luck path. Fairy Li Shan was naturally unwilling, she tried to persuade him, Fang Yuan, if you really choose this Goo, I have some good words to say to you. I obtained this Time Luck Immortal Goo from Qin Bai Sheng as a reward. If ordinary Goo immortals use this Goo, they would have to expend their lifespan. You are an immortal zombie, half dead, I am afraid you cannot use this Goo. You might as well choose other Immortal Goo. Oh. So it is like that. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with interest. Goo path cultivation did not increase one's lifespan. In this world, the lifespan of ordinary people was about 100 years. If they exceeded the time limit, they would die of old age. A Goo master's immortal ascension could not change this time limit. Only lifespan Goo could increase lifespan without any repercussions. Other than that, things like zombie transformation, tree man, yin-yang life extension technique, possession technique, or sleeping all day to reduce energy consumption were all unorthodox methods to extend one's life. Thus, Goo immortals valued their lives even more than Goo masters, they valued their lifespan even more. Qin Bai Sheng's auction included almost all of the heroes and experts of Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. Even so, not a single lifespan Goo was auctioned. Instead, in Mortal Goo Masters transactions, lifespan Goo would occasionally be auctioned. This was easy to understand. After Goo Masters become immortals, they would naturally understand the difficulty of cultivation. It was not easy to become a Goo immortal, they would definitely cherish this kind of high and mighty status and life. As a result, he cherished his life even more and would usually travel around the 5 regions. Unless it was an emergency, they would not enter the blessed lands to live. Because time passed very quickly in blessed lands and grotto heavens, Gu immortals had limited lifespans. Living in blessed lands and grotto heavens consumed much more than in the 5 regions. Mortal Gu masters did not know the preciousness of lifespan. They would even use some forbidden techniques that would damage their lifespan to increase their battle prowess. The higher the rank, the broader the Gu master's outlook, the more they cherished their lives. They would use all sorts of methods to extend their lifespan. For example, Generation Guyue, or Century Boy. And this situation was even more severe for Gu immortals. It was like comparing the rich to the poor. Normally speaking, the poor would focus on their career and neglect their health. The rich would cherish their lives even more. They would protect their health. In the end, it was not that the rich were nobler than the poor, but because of their different statuses, their thoughts and actions were different. Fairy Li Shan was naturally a Gu immortal. Time Luck Immortal Gu expended immortal essence and lifespan to obtain luck amplification. Thus, she definitely had a method to make up for this flaw. Fang Yuan was a shrewd person. He immediately guessed that Fairy Li Shan had a crucial method. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was looking at her with a burning gaze. She knew she could not hide it from him. She said helplessly, "I won't hide it from you. I have a method that uses Time Luck Immortal Gu as the core to create an immortal killer move. It can extract other people's lifespan and expend it to increase one's own luck." Fang Yuan had been deeply scammed by Luck Path before, but he had also tasted the benefits of Luck Path. He immediately asked, "I wonder if Fairy can sell this immortal killer move to me?" "Don't even think about it." Fairy Li Shan's reply was very straightforward. Fang Yuan had already expected it. He was not disappointed. Instead he laughed. "In that case, I need this immortal Gu even more." Fairy Li Shan's expression turned cold. "Fang Yuan, are you trying to ruin my plan?" "I wouldn't dare." Fang Yuan's expression immediately turned solemn. His tone was filled with sincerity as he explained, "Even if Fairy does not have this killer move, I will still choose this immortal Gu. The reason is simple. It is because I obtained a modified mortal Gu recipe of Inch of Time in the auction. Since Time Luck Immortal Gu needs immortal essence and time to activate, maybe I can use Inch of Time to expend it. It will not affect my lifespan." "So it's like that." Fairy Li Shan was stunned. She did not expect this to be the reason. Tai Bai Yunqing chuckled, speaking for Fang Yuan, "When we bought this Gu recipe, we did not expect Fairy to have Time Luck Immortal Gu. Now it seems that the two can coincidentally work together." Regarding this matter, Tai Bai Yunqing was undoubtedly more qualified to speak. Because he was a Time Path Gu immortal, Time Luck Immortal Gu and Inch of Time were both Time Path Gu worms. Since he had a feeling that these two could work together, it was most likely true. Fairy Li Shan's expression calmed down, but her tone was still stiff. "Even so, to think of a new immortal killer move on the basis of Time Luck Immortal Gu and Inch of Time, it will take a lot of time and effort. Why don't the two of you leave Time Luck Immortal Gu to me? I can use the immortal killer move to increase your luck. Wouldn't that be more convenient?" Fang Yuan laughed, immediately saying, "Precisely because we have Fairy's immortal killer move, even if we cannot create a way to use Time Luck and Inch of Time together, we can still lend Time Luck Immortal Gu to you. At that time, you can use this immortal killer move to increase our luck. It will be the same." Fairy Li Shan's expression froze, thinking, "Immortal Gu are unique. Time Luck Immortal Gu is in your hands. You naturally hold the initiative. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? The Great Snow Mountain Alliance has a time limit. Whether or not it will be renewed is another matter. If we become enemies, why would Time Luck Immortal Gu be lent to me?" Fairy Li Shan thought of this and suddenly understood. Wasn't the thing that she was worried about the same thing that Fang Yuan was worried about? With Time Luck Immortal Gu in her hands, she also had an immortal killer move. She would hold the initiative. If the alliance agreement lost its effect in the future, even if she could increase the luck of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing, wouldn't she be able to decide the price she wanted? Fang Yuan, this lad, is really not easy to deal with. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, regretting taking out Time Luck Immortal Gu. Her plan was to use Time Luck Immortal Goo and this Immortal Killer move to create another profitable transaction. Increasing the luck of other Goo Immortals, this transaction would definitely be profitable. It was a pity that He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm. Fairy Li Shan needed his help. But she did not want the 2-strength path Immortal Goo to end up in Fang Yuan's hands, thus she was in a passive situation. Even though Fairy Li Shan had a lot of friends, He Lulan's identity could not be exposed, she could only rely on Fang Yuan's help. Thus, she was completely eaten by the latter. Fang Yuan saw this chance and extorted. This ruthless bite was at the crucial point, forcefully tearing out a large amount of flesh essence. Forget it. Just based on Fang Yuan's shrewdness, if not for Time Luck Immortal Goo, he might not even want the other Goo worms. If he really wants the 2-strength path Immortal Goo, what can I do? Do I have to watch little Lan remain trapped in the dream realm? In her immortal aperture, there was a trace of kinship and a large amount of green grape immortal essence left behind by her younger sister. Precisely so, little Lan could use Immortal Goo when she was immortal. However, when the dream realm became a disaster, because of this kinship, it became even stronger. With the dense emotions, the dream realm was unbreakable, wrapping around little Lan tightly, she could not escape. As time passes, even her soul might dissipate. Fairy Li Shan sighed. It could be said that Fang Yuan was her only hope now. She was also a shrewd person, she schemed in her heart and did not reveal the secret that after Su Xian'er died, she left behind a trace of kinship to take care of He Lulan. She did not lie, she only concealed it. In the future, even if Fang Yuan could not wake up He Lulan, because of the alliance agreement, he would have to find a new and reliable method. It could be said that regardless of success or failure, Fairy Li Shan had tied Fang Yuan to her side. At least in terms of rescuing He Lulan, both sides were on the same page. Thinking of this, even though Fairy Li Shan was unwilling, she could only accept it and let Fang Yuan take away Time Luck Immortal Goo. In this transaction, both sides obtained what they needed. Fang Yuan grabbed the chance and extorted 2 Immortal Goo. Coincidentally, this was a new arrangement, he had profited greatly. But he did not find out Fairy Li Shan's true bottom line. In fact, even if Fang Yuan wanted the 2-strength path Immortal Goo, it was not impossible. Unfortunately, Fairy Li Shan's acting was superb, Fang Yuan did not find out her bottom line. As for Fairy Li Shan, she had to pay 2 Immortal Goo to get out of the dream realm and save her life. Her life was naturally much more precious than Immortal Goo. Both sides immediately signed a new alliance agreement and completed this transaction. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately set off, returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and quickly refining many Dream Path Mortal Goo to form an Immortal Killer move to wake up He Lulan. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan rushed to Snowy Mountain's first branch peak. Over there, old ancestor Shui who had already gathered most of the demonic path Goo immortals and urged Fairy Li Shan several times. Chapter 775. When Fang Yuan activated fixed immortal travel and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, in a certain battlefield in Northern Plains, a battle had already ended, the victor had been decided. More than 10 Gu immortals surrounded the 2 people in the center. Qin Baisheng landed on the ground, his back was bent, he supported his knees and did not kneel down. He was no longer as valiant and heroic as before. Even the battle intent he had at the start of the battle had dissipated, almost all of it had turned into shock and dejection. This immortal killer move is called Green Jade Song. Qin Baisheng raised his head and looked at Feng Jioge, he spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke. His blood was not the normal red color, it was eerie green. When the eerie green blood came out of his mouth, it quickly condensed into balls, turning into jade beads that fell on the ground. These jade beads collided with the ground, giving off a crisp sound. The entire area of 100 li on the ground had turned into a jade field. The soil was originally very ordinary, but now it had turned into green jade, it was a single entity. Not just that, the reeds on the ground had also turned into dead jade objects. A light wind blew, the sturdy jade poles swayed with the wind, the thin jade leaves shook with the wind. And on Qin Baixing's body, there was also a jade will. Not only did his clothes turn into hard jade clothes, half of his hair also turned into jade. Even most of his skin had been frozen into jade. The blood in his body was not flowing smoothly, the jade will that was tainted was being spat out by Qin Baixing. Thankfully, his organs were protected by a defensive immortal killer move, they blocked Green Jade's song. After personally witnessing the process of Qin Baixing's defeat in one move, the other Central Continent Gu immortals had grim expressions. From time to time, they would look at Feng Jioge with unconcealable wariness in their gazes. Feng Jioge floated in the air, looking down at Qin Baixing. His tone was full of praise. That's right, this is the green jade song I created, it can turn all living things into jade. For you to be able to withstand it for a quarter of an hour is already very rare. Alright, you are a true man, it is too much of a pity for you to die like this, searching your soul is also disrespectful. How about this? I'll ask and you'll answer. You only need to answer truthfully. The Central Continent Gu immortals heard Feng Jioge's words and felt surprised. This was the action plan that they had discussed earlier. They were not consistent. Lord Feng Jioge. Qin Baixing is an expert of the northern plains. Letting him go so easily is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. This person was able to withstand the Green Jade song for 15 minutes. Another rogue cultivator. How about? Everyone chimed in. He hoped that Feng Jioge would kill Qin Baixing. On one hand, they were afraid of Qin Baixing's battle prowess. On the other hand, they coveted Qin Baixing's wealth. Qin Baixing was also one of the biggest winners in the auction. To make a comparison, the immortal materials that Fang Yuan obtained by selling all of the Gu immortal captives did not even amount to 1% of what he had. However, Feng Jioge waved his hand. I've already made up my mind. You don't have to say anything. Old Oracle, I will have to trouble you to use the killer move Gentleman's Bamboo. In the face of Feng Jioge's aggressiveness and stubbornness, the Central Continent Gu immortals did not speak. The Jasper battlefield in front of him was the best deterrent. They were also the experts of the 10 great ancient sections. But now, they found out that they could not even block one move from Feng Jioge. If they were to switch places with Qin Baixing, they might be even worse off. Feng Jioge's strength was so strong that it caused everyone present to lose their morale. Qin Baixing lost his battle intent, the Central Continent Gu immortals thought to themselves, no wonder Feng Jioge was known as the #1 person in Central Continent. 6 songs meant 6 immortal killer moves, Green Jade's song was only one of them. Such battle strength was truly terrifying, even against a rank 8 Gu immortal, it would not be inferior. The young wisdom path Gu immortal that Feng Jioge called out was from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He breathed in deeply and walked out of the crowd, arriving at the center of the battlefield. From his wide sleeves, he stretched out his fist and slowly spread his fingers, a colorless crystalline bamboo grew out of his palm. My immortal killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo, uses the rank 6 immortal Gu bamboo gentleman as the core, along with 660 mortal Gu worms. It is specially used for interrogation and lie detection. Even though the core immortal Gu is rank 6, this killer move can detect rank 7 Gu immortals. Any higher and you will face rank 8 Gu immortals, but you will not be able to do so. Old Oracle introduced, he sounded humble on the surface, but he was warning Qin Baixing not to play any tricks. Qin Baixing's expression was extremely ugly, he naturally understood the meaning behind Old Oracle's words. Defeated in one move, Feng Jioge, you are truly amazing. I am inferior to you, I lost the bet, you can ask me anything. But you can only ask 3 questions. Qin Baixing said. You. The Central Continent Gu immortals were unhappy, they frowned and emitted killing intent. Feng Jioge smiled, no matter, 3 questions are enough. Ask quickly, I don't have time to waste with you. Qin Baixing spat out the last mouthful of jade blood, recovering some of his vigor. First question, who sold delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace immortal Gu? Qin Baixing was stunned, Fang Yuan's figure flashed in front of his eyes, he felt bitter and resentful. Sha Huang, oh Sha Huang, so it was you who harmed me. The moment this thought flashed in his mind, Qin Baixing immediately said, this seller is called Sha Huang, he is an immortal zombie. Sha Huang, immortal zombie. Feng Jioge muttered, continue. Qin Baixing continued, I have not known this person for long, the reason is that I used rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu and found that this person's luck was not ordinary, thus I purposely befriended him. This person's origin is mysterious, he seems to have a backer. In this auction, he sold 13 Gu immortal captives alone. Among them was a rank 7 Gu immortal, Rushing Thunder Hand Wu Hao. Furthermore, he has a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. This is all I know. The moment he said this, Qin Baixing's body shook intensely, his skin burst open, blood spurted out like a fountain. Qin Baixing growled in pain, he quickly focused his mind and activated Healing Immortal Gu. After more than 10 breaths of time, he stabilized his injuries, but the pain was unbearable, his body was still trembling slightly. This was because he had signed an alliance agreement earlier. Now that he leaked the information, he went against the alliance agreement. He suffered an intense backlash, his life was in danger. Feng Jioge looked at Qin Baixing, before turning to Old Oracle. Old Oracle was holding a crystal colorless tender bamboo. It swayed with the wind, without any signs of changing color. This proved that Qin Baixing's words were all true. Thus, Feng Jioge asked, second question, regarding the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Tell me everything you know. Qin Baixing heard this and his expression became even more grim. An hour later, the Central Continent immortals looked at Qin Baixing, who had already shrunk into a black dot in the sky. A figure that was about to leave their vision. One of them said unwillingly, Lord Feng Jioge, are you really going to let him go? After all, he has a lot of immortal Gu. He even has almost half of the immortal materials traded in the auction. Feng Jioge shook his head, it is not that I am unwilling to make a move. But I found out that this person has a soul explosion method, just the aura that he exudes is terrifying. If we force him, he will drag a few of you down with him. This is inevitable. At that time, our plan to gather information will fail completely. So it is like this. The Gu immortals were shocked and uncertain. Feng Jioge said with deep meaning, just look at this colorless tender bamboo, you will know that I am not lying. Everyone kept quiet. Old Oracle smiled awkwardly as he retracted the immortal killer move in his hand. He changed the topic, it is all thanks to Lord Feng Jioge, now that we have these clues, we will be able to deduce the true culprit. Feng Jioge nodded, next, we will split into 2 groups, one group will protect Old Oracle, let him deduce in peace. The other group will follow me to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Check if there is news of Sha Huang. If Sha Huang is a member of Zombie Alliance, we will capture him. That would be for the best. The Central Continent Gu immortals listened to him, they split into 2 groups and retreated. About a quarter of an hour later, several blurry figures landed on the ground. This place, how can it be? Looking at the green jade land, He Lang Zi could still feel the remnant power of the killer move, wariness flashed in his eyes. Oh no, Qin Baixing was ambushed, they have already fought. He Cheng was experienced, seeing this, his expression sank. Fairy Jiang Yu quickly took out an investigative Gu worm, after inspecting it, she let out a breath of turbid air. Thankfully, although both sides fought intensely, Qin Baixing was not captured, he escaped and went that way. Fairy Jiang Yu's investigative method made He Cheng, Shui Song Zi, and the rest gasped in amazement. When the central continent Gu immortals left, they used their methods to erase their traces. But under Fairy Jiang Yu's manipulation, more than 10 Gu immortal auras appeared in the area. These auras were of different colors, some were big, some were small. Among them, the aura left behind by Feng Jioge was extremely huge, far surpassing the others. More than 10 Gu immortals attacked. Qin Baisheng actually escaped. Shui Songzi was surprised. There are only 5 of us, how can we trap Qin Baisheng? Don't worry, I have my methods. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal spoke, his voice was hoarse and deep. Fairy Jiang Yu stored the Gu worms in her hands, showing an anxious expression. Go, he is in that direction, let's chase after him. Langya blessed land. Such a huge piece of thorny gold. Wow, 1,500 kilograms of reincarnation water. This is actually a jadewood egg, gasp, so many of them. Fang Yuan, you are crafty and cunning, you really did not disappoint me. Land spirit of Langya buried his head into the mountain of immortal materials, his expression was joyful but also painful. The immortal materials in front of him were not only large in quantity but also of good quality, the land spirit was very satisfied. But when he thought of the 60-40 split that he had negotiated with Fang Yuan earlier, he felt very uncomfortable. Those 13 Gu immortal captives were all captured alive by land spirit of Langya. But in the end, Fang Yuan got the lion's share, no one would feel good about this. Actually, if you want the immortal materials, it is not impossible. Fang Yuan said. Land spirit of Langya stared with wide eyes, he was not happy, instead he showed intense vigilance. Rascal, what are you up to now? He was truly afraid of being tricked by Fang Yuan. Your blessed land has a large number of hairy men, they are raised well, almost all of them are experts in Gu refinement, my batch cannot compare to them. I have many mortal Gu that I want to refine, help me refine Gu and I will pay immortal materials as compensation. Don't be afraid, this is a fair transaction. Fang Yuan said warmly. Chapter 776. Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A crystal mountain stood at the center of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, it was recorded in the legends of Renzu, Dang Hun Mountain. Right now, Fang Yuan was floating above Dang Hun Mountain, in his original form, he was 10 meters tall, with a green face and sharp fangs, he had a stocky build and 8 monstrous arms. But compared to Dang Hun Mountain, he was as small as an ant. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly, he stared at Dang Hun Mountain, he suddenly shouted, Pulling Mountain. At the next moment, a formless power burst out of his body, rapidly moving towards Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan spread out his 8 arms in a hugging posture, as if he was hugging a huge object. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength, as if he was lifting something heavy. Rumble, at first, this sound was only a slight sound. But in the blink of an eye, the sound became louder and louder, the entire world started to shake. The source of the sound was Dang Hun Mountain. Under Fang Yuan's control, this crystal mountain started to rise, leaving the ground. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and persevered, the muscles on his 8 arms bulging up like thick rocks. Not just his arms, all the muscles in his body were mobilized. Creaking sounds came from his body, this was the sound of his bones being overwhelmed. Under his efforts, Dang Hun Mountain rose higher, gradually leaving the ground, reaching a height of 5 to 6 inches. At the side, Hu Immortal Land Spirit's mouth was slightly agape, she had an expression of shock. Rise again. Fang Yuan wanted to experiment to reach this step. He still did not stop. His body started to shine with rays of light. These lines were all over his body, they were not close together. They looked very sparse. The rays of light became brighter, at the same time, Fang Yuan's speed of raising Dang Hun Mountain also became faster. At first, the mountain was only rising inch by inch, but now, it was rising inch by inch into the sky. Fang Yuan activated Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain. He also took some time to inspect his body. These bright rays of light on his body were Strength Path Dao marks. Strength Path Dao marks were scattered all over his body, they were disorderly. Some were intertwined and gathered together, some were independent, occupying certain parts of his skin. I will activate the Strength Path Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain with all my strength. The Strength Path Dao marks on his body resonated with the Immortal Goo. The power of the Immortal Goo did not change. But when I activate it now, I can use nearly 20% more power. Fang Yuan persisted for a while until cracks appeared all over his body. Dang Hun Mountain rose to a height of 200 to 300 feet. Only then did he slowly put down Dang Hun Mountain. The huge and heavy mountain fell to the ground, emitting a muffled thunder-like hum, raising billowing smoke and dust. Fang Yuan panted heavily. His entire body was sore, and his muscles were injured. A few breaths later. In front of the powerful regenerative ability of an immortal zombie body, no matter if it was injuries to the bones or muscles, they were all quickly healed. Fang Yuan's aura gradually stabilized, but he was still hovering in the air. He slowly closed his eyes and carefully recalled the feeling he had just experienced. Before using the Strength Path Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain, Fang Yuan had already made all sorts of deductions. Now that he was using it, he had a deeper understanding of it. As the saying goes, true knowledge comes from practice. Ever since I became a Strength Path Goo Immortal, my Strength Path Dao marks have not increased. Thus, when I use my full strength, under the resonance of the Strength Path Dao marks, I can only increase my power by nearly 20%. Using Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo will continuously expend Immortal Essence. During this period of time, I have already spent 3 beads of green grape Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan came to the sky above the largest lake, and activated Pulling Water Immortal Goo. Similarly, a formless force entered the lake. Fang Yuan slowly raised his hands, and with a splash, a large amount of lake water was pulled up. Compared to pulling Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan's extraction of the lake water here was as easy as picking up a piece of white paper. The difference in difficulty between the two was like heaven and earth. The lake's shape was still the same as before. It did not change. Large numbers of fishes, prawns, eels, and turtles were swimming freely inside. But they could not swim out of the periphery, a formless force replaced the shore. The package held up the lake water. Under the suspended lake water, the bottom of the lake had completely dried up, not even a trace of water was left. The riverbed was exposed, large numbers of water plants were piled up together, there were also rocks, shells, and so on. Fang Yuan's 10 fingers moved, the formless force changed. The huge lake water. Like soft mud, Fang Yuan kneaded it as he pleased, sometimes it looked like a long dough. Sometimes it looked like a sphere, sometimes it looked like a hexahedron. After changing for a while, Fang Yuan's 10 fingers stopped, thoughts moving in his mind. The lake water was shaking. It moved in all sorts of strange shapes. Sometimes it looked like a deer running, sometimes it looked like clouds moving, but no matter how it changed, the fishes and other living beings inside were covered by the formless force, unable to fall out. Fun, fun. Little Hu Immortal who was watching from the side, her eyes were shining brightly, as she laughed happily. Tai Bai Yunsheng was also watching from the side, and when he saw this, he could not help but sigh. Moving mountains and seas, truly the aura of an immortal. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved again. The huge amount of lake water slowly fell back into the lake. Fang Yuan retracted the formless force, and stopped pulling water Immortal Goo. This lake water had returned to its original appearance, but the water surface was surging, not ceasing for a long time. These two Strength Path Immortal Goo are both skillful strength. One targets the mountains, the other targets the waves. With a move of benevolence, it can move clouds and summon rain, moving mountains and opening a path. With a move of malevolence, the mountains overturn, and huge waves rise to the sky. Fang Yuan praised in his heart. This was the battle strength of a Gu immortal. Against mortal Gu masters, they could directly crush them like ants. With these two Gu, my battle strength rose sharply. But to fuse them into the immortal killer move Myriad Self is not a simple matter. It will definitely take a lot of time and effort. It is not like Self-Strength and Strength Chi Immortal Gu, which can directly fuse with Myriad Self. Because the concept of Myriad Self is the same as the latter two. Designing a killer move was not simple. Thunder Path Gu Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend had gone into closed cultivation for many years before he created Lightning Deity from Blood Deity's Immortal Gu recipe. He Lulan already had the mortal killer move Self-Strength Phantom. With such a foundation, it would be difficult to modify it into an immortal killer move. She had been working hard, but had no results. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when he created Blood Path killer moves, which one of them did not take a lot of effort, time, and effort. As for how to fuse these two Strength Path Immortal Gu into Myriad Self, Fang Yuan still had no idea. But he was not worried, he was even full of confidence. A part of his confidence came from his Strength Path attainment level. More importantly, it was because Fang Yuan had incomparable confidence in Rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Bathed in the light of wisdom, one could have unlimited inspiration. This was a supreme tool for deducing Gu recipes, immortal Gu recipes, mortal killer moves, immortal killer moves, and other things. Looking back at this auction, Fang Yuan lost Worldly Wave Trace, Rising Azure Cloud, and Delight in Water and Mountain, while he obtained Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Eat Strength, and Unravel Mystery. They were all good Gu, the key was whether they were suitable for him. During this period, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose by a large amount. Junior brother, you have gained a lot from this auction. When he completely digests them, your battle strength will rise by several times. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew over with a joyful expression, congratulating Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, that's right, I have the Desolate Beast Bat Corpse now, I can add a third pair of bat wings. Eat Strength Immortal Gu and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu can be used to increase my Strength Path Dao marks. The more Dao marks I have, the more powerful my Strength Path Immortal Gu will be. I also need to refine Inch of Time, Memory Thought Gu, Malicious Thought Gu, and others in large quantities. Combining the complete unfamiliar face and incomplete vaguely familiar face, I can think of a brand new disguise method. All sorts of matters and aspects need to be carried out. In the following days, Fang Yuan would definitely be extremely busy, he would not be able to leave. But this was a good sign. The auction was a great opportunity, Fang Yuan grasped it tightly and made full use of it, he was able to open up a lot of opportunities in all aspects. Tai Bai Yunsheng reminded, don't forget the alliance agreement you signed with Fairy Li Shan, the most important thing is to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu and combine them into an immortal killer move to save He Lulan. I understand this, go to Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but smile, these last days, Shark Demon has been urging me several times. Junior brother, if anything happens, inform me, I will rush back immediately. Fang Yuan frowned, be careful. We exposed many things in the auction, Ma and Zhao are also exposed, this is not good for us. Chapter 777. Light rain fell, and Qing Mao Mountain looked even more verdant in the rain. Fang Yuan sat quietly in the room, facing his brother Fang Zheng. Brother, why are you still so stubborn? All these years, uncle and aunt have raised us painstakingly, but you actually reported them to the clan's elder council. This is simply ungrateful. Fang Zheng stood in front of Fang Yuan with his head held high and chest puffed out, reprimanding him righteously. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, his gaze was like ice as he looked around, thinking, this dream realm is very realistic. Next, he inspected his body, and saw that in his rank 3 aperture, there were liquor worm, all-out effort goo and so on. Fang Yuan's heart settled, thinking, this cultivation is equivalent to when I was in 3 Kings' blessed land. At this time, Fang Zheng shouted agitatedly, there is still some time before the Elder Council starts the trial, brother, you can still withdraw your case now. If you really report it, your reputation will be ruined. The surrounding people will look down on you, and I will not acknowledge you as my brother anymore. Fang Yuan chuckled, standing up and walking towards Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng took a step back, brother, what are you trying to do? Seeing him like this, Fang Yuan felt a sense of disgust in his heart. This is the dream realm's confusion barrier. Fang Yuan was aware of this, but he endured the disgust in his heart, walking past Fang Zheng and towards the door. Brother! Fang Zheng suddenly turned around, grabbing Fang Yuan's arm. Fang Yuan was unable to move forward, he turned around and looked at his brother, the disgust in his heart becoming even more intense. He had an urge to slap Fang Zheng's face, and then walk away. But Fang Yuan became calmer. He lightly grabbed Fang Zheng's arm, slowly exerting force, trying to get rid of him. But immediately, Fang Zheng grabbed Fang Yuan with his other hand. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly, but a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. He lifted his leg and kicked Fang Zheng to the ground. Fang Zheng was kicked to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Only then did Fang Yuan regain his freedom. He turned around and strode away. He walked out of the main gate. As soon as he stepped out of the door, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He arrived at the meeting hall of the Guyue clan. The elders sat on the 2 sides of the table. The patriarch sat on the high seat in the middle. He looked down at Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng. Fang Yuan examined himself and realized that he was kneeling on the ground. Beside him, Fang Zheng was also kneeling. Fang Yuan's mind was as clear as a mirror. He knew that he had just kicked Fang Zheng. Emotions surged in his heart. It made the dreamland bewildering barrier even stronger. In the first scene earlier, there was only 1 small room and 2 people. Right now, the meeting hall here was even more spacious than the small room. And there were close to 10 people, but their faces were blurry, only Fang Zheng's face was clear. Fang Yuan's gaze moved around, he only stared at the patriarch for a bit longer before the patriarch's face started to become clearer. Fang Yuan quickly turned his gaze away. He stopped looking. The more he looked, the more memories he had. The dream realm became even more lifelike. The more worrying thing was that it would affect his emotions. Once he fell in love, he would fall into the dreamland bewildering barrier. Fang Yuan did not have the help of a dream path immortal goo. Once he fell into the bewildering barrier, it would be hard for him to escape. Where are the goo refinement materials in this dream? Don't tell me they are not in the second scene, but deeper. Fang Yuan searched with his gaze but couldn't find anything. Just as he was pondering, the patriarch spoke. Next, an elder came out and announced to everyone that Fang Yuan was suing uncle and aunt for embezzling his parents' inheritance. As a witness, Fang Zheng spoke up for his uncle and aunt. Fang Yuan listened to everything, he felt more disgust in his heart, there was even a trace of anger hidden within. The elders in the hall spoke one after another, their words were biased towards Fang Zheng's side, they did not like Fang Yuan at all. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation, but his heart was still as calm as ice. He carefully pondered the emotions in his heart, but he snorted in disdain. Summon the defendant's side. At this time, the patriarch suddenly spoke. Uncle and aunt appeared, they had expressions of righteous indignation. The moment they spoke, they criticized Fang Yuan, announcing his unfilial attitude. This was purely a false accusation, there was no truth to it, but all the elders believed it, they sneered at Fang Yuan. I will give you one last chance, do you have anything to say now? At the end, the patriarch spoke, asking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered. This was a trap in the dream realm. If he really spoke and stirred up the emotions in his heart, he would fall into a dangerous situation. Thus, he shook his head, not saying a word. The patriarch's expression changed. He sneered and pointed at him. You are indeed in the wrong, there is no way to refute this. I will now announce that the 9-leaf vitality grass goo is given to your uncle and aunt. The 9-leaf vitality grass was lifelike. The patriarch took it out of his aperture and handed it to uncle and aunt on the spot. Fang Zheng kowtowed repeatedly, thank you, Lord Patriarch, thank you, Lord Patriarch, for your judgment, returning my uncle and aunt's innocence. Fang Yuan felt indignation rising in his heart, but he held it in. His gaze was bright, staring at the 9-leaf vitality grass. The goo refinement material in the dream appeared. It was this 9-leaf vitality grass. Truly sinister. When it fell on the most important thing, it was to try every possible way to arouse my emotions. The more my mind is focused on this dream material, the more my emotions will be stirred up, and I will fall into the dream realm's maze. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence and poured it into several goo worms. Several strength path phantoms burst out, sending uncle and aunt flying. He moved like a rabbit, snatching the 9-leaf vitality grass, and without any hesitation, he rushed out of the door. Scoundrel! The patriarch laughed from extreme anger, chasing after him. He dares to go against his superiors, such audacity, he deserves death. The clan elders roared, following behind the clan leader as they chased after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just stepped out of the door when the scene in front of him changed drastically. He was in a cave. The surrounding stone walls were deathly white like bones, making Fang Yuan recall Bai Gu Mountain in southern border. Because of Grey Bone Scholar's inheritance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing cooperated and escaped Bai Gu Mountain, escaping from Bai Clan's pursuit. This experience left a deep impression on him, engraved in the depths of his heart. At this moment, with a thought, the surrounding cave became even clearer. It even changed, becoming exactly the same as the white bone cave that he had experienced before. Fang Yuan was vigilant, quickly stopping his memories. At this time, Patriarch Guyue brought close to 10 elders and appeared in Fang Yuan's vision, chasing after him. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. Once he died in the dream realm, it would be harmful to his soul. There were even some who died from their dreams. In his previous life, countless goo masters were sucked into the maze of the dream realm when exploring the dream realm, eventually losing their lives. According to Fang Yuan's current soul foundation, death was impossible, but his soul would definitely be heavily injured. Fang Yuan was not afraid of soul injuries, because he was the only guts goo seller in the world. But if he left the dream realm after getting injured, the dream material he had painstakingly found would vanish. Fang Yuan did not wish for all his previous efforts to go to waste. Fang Yuan retreated while inspecting the 9-leaf vitality grass goo in his arms. The grass goo was vivid and lifelike. Fang Yuan's mind was constantly sensing it, constantly reminding him that this was an excellent material for refining dream goo. Fang Yuan turned left and right, escaping into a small and exquisite cave. He immediately threw down several goo worms as a warning, sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining goo according to the goo recipe in his memory. Halfway through the refinement, Fang Yuan was discovered by the pursuers, blocking the only entrance. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly, activating several strength path beast phantoms to forcefully break out of the encirclement. In the intense battle, he forcibly restrained his emotions, only forcing them to retreat, not killing them. A moment later, he found a second cave and entered the cave to refine goo again. This time, the goo refinement time was even shorter. He only completed 30% before being discovered by Fang Zheng. He is here. Fang Zheng shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, sending Fang Zheng flying with a kick. At this time, an elder had already rushed over, attacking Fang Yuan's back. Every time he was injured in the dream, it was a heavy blow to his soul. Fang Yuan was in danger. He quickly turned around and burst out with several strength path beast phantoms, turning the elder who attacked him into minced meat. Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death. Before dying, this elder shouted and cursed. The blurred face suddenly became clear, turning into the academy elder's appearance. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. At the critical moment earlier, he was distracted, his suppression of his emotions weakened, causing him to enter the dream even deeper. This was also the reason why he held back and did not kill the pursuers. The scenes in the dream were endless, it could be said to be endless. Even if Fang Yuan killed the pursuers, other pursuers would appear. Even if they were not pursuers, there would be different kinds of interference. Moreover, in a life and death battle, he had to be fully focused, his emotions would leak out easily. Dream realms were created to draw out the dreamer's emotions, causing them to be unable to differentiate between reality and illusion. Eventually, they would be immersed in the dream realm, unable to escape. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience. Even though his dream path attainment was pitiful, it was enough for him to face this dream realm. After getting rid of the pursuers, Fang Yuan came to a hall. It was the same as the scene of bone-flesh unity Gu in his memories. Here, Fang Yuan finally refined a dream path Gu worm. The pursuers arrived. Fang Yuan laughed, muttering to himself, "Time to wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, everything in front of him turned black. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, the darkness faded, revealing the scene of Dang Hun Palace. It was the same as before he entered the dream. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed, his hands were clenched, he was still in the same position as in the dream. In the dream, he was holding the newly refined dream path mortal Gu. Now that he returned to reality, this dream path mortal Gu was nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan was not flustered, he looked into his mind. Only to see that in his mind, a dream path mortal Gu was floating, all sorts of thoughts were dissipating like bubbles. The first dream path mortal Gu is finally done. Fang Yuan smiled in relief. Chapter 778. Scoundrel, where are you going? Dragon Commander Yi Cha led the three immortal zombies, flying in the sky. They were fast like 4 bolts of lightning. The one chasing them was none other than Feng Jioge. He disguised himself as an immortal zombie and tried to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but at the crucial moment, he was obstructed by the Dao-marked door of the discussion hall. Thus, the secret of him not being a Northern Plains Gu immortal was exposed, but one of the 3 lords of Dark Flow Giant City, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, personally chased after him. Suddenly, Feng Jioge stopped, he turned around and looked at the 4 immortal zombies, smiling lightly. "Are you having a hard time chasing me? Why don't you stop and let me ask you a few questions? If you answer truthfully, I will spare your lives." "What?" The immortal zombies were furious. "Scoundrel, you can't escape, you actually dare to play tricks in front of me," a muscular immortal zombie said angrily. "Be careful, it might be a trap." A female immortal zombie activated her investigative method, scanning the surroundings. Almost at the next moment, the female immortal zombie's face turned pale as paper, she cried out in shock. 3 Central Continent Gu immortals appeared, together with Feng Jioge, they formed an encirclement, perfectly surrounding the pursuing immortal zombie in the center. Feng Jioge chuckled lightly, removing his disguise and returning to his original appearance. The aura of a rank 7 Gu immortal was completely exposed. The immortal zombies were restless. Rank 7 Gu immortal. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression was grim, he immediately raised the morale. "So what if it is an ambush? You have 4, I have 4, both sides have the same number of people. You are a rank 7 Gu immortal, so am I. Don't think that immortal zombies are weak, it is just that we do not want to fight for no reason. You Outer Region Gu immortals are truly daring, you want to target our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance." "Humph. That's right. Don't think I am afraid of you. Let's fight then. Everyone, you are provoking our zombie alliance. Have you thought of the consequences? The immortal zombies spoke, their morale was set. Feng Jioge clapped as he smiled. By now, your request for reinforcements has probably been sent to Dark Flow Giant City through the Blessed Land, right? That was true. The three immortal zombies' expressions changed slightly, even Dragon Commander Yi Cha's gaze flickered. The immortal zombie was in an awkward situation. If he could avoid a battle, he would think of ways to do so. This place was not very far from Dark Flow Giant City, thus, the moment the central continent Gu Immortals appeared, the four immortal zombies transmitted the information at the same time. This was not because they were afraid of death. Why not make use of the reinforcements that could be used? The more people they had, the greater the advantage they had. Even if they fought fiercely, they would suffer fewer losses. The more they would benefit from the battle, the more they would benefit from it. Gu Immortals were all astute people. Even if he was a battle maniac, he wouldn't fight brainlessly. If that was the case, even if he became a Gu Immortal, he would not live long. Feng Jioge observed his expression and suddenly cupped his fists, praising, "Your alliance's Dao Mark Gate is really powerful, I admire it very much." Although he had heard rumors about this before. But he still wanted to try out his own methods. However, the Dao Mark Gate is only a relic of the predecessors. Since we have already appeared, we naturally have confidence. We can take all of your lives before the reinforcements arrive. I'm sure everyone has already sensed that this place looks normal, but it is a battlefield killer move that isolates the inside from the outside. I'm afraid everyone's information cannot be transmitted back. The four immortal zombies. Their expressions changed again. Feng Jioge sighed, his tone was soft and gentle. He revealed a sincere and convincing tone, "I have my own soul-searching methods, but I have no intention of killing. If you can cooperate. If you speak the truth, I will let you leave safely." Humph, shameless boasting. Let's test each other's methods first. Dragon Commander Yi Cha quickly interrupted Feng Jioge. If he continued, the morale that he had raised with much difficulty would dissipate. Other immortal zombies could submit, but Dragon Commander Yi Cha had a high status, he had reservations. If he did not fight, if he admitted defeat, his reputation would be ruined. How could he convince the masses in the future? How could he remain as one of the three lords of Dark Flow Giant City? Dragon Commander Yi Cha charged forward first, followed by the other three immortal zombies. They split up and formed a simple formation. Feng Jioge's smile did not diminish, he lightly retreated. The opponents were too weak, he did not need to fight. On the left and right, two central continent Gu Immortals laughed loudly, pincer attacking. It was an intense battle, 2 against 4. From the start, the central continent Gu Immortals had the upper hand, their advantage continued to expand. Even though Dragon Commander Yi Cha roared and retaliated, trying to salvage the situation. But from start to finish, the two central continent Gu Immortals did not lose control of the situation. After fighting for 15 minutes, Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression was ashen, he stopped. The other three immortal zombies also had low morale, they had fearful expressions. What questions do you have? As long as they do not go against the core benefits of Zombie Alliance, ask away. Dragon Commander Yi Cha said coldly. A wise man submits to circumstances, it is good that you are so magnanimous. Feng Jioge's smile deepened, he asked directly, I need to know about Sha Huang immortal zombie. Sha Huang. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was stunned. That immortal zombie who just joined. The female immortal zombie behind him said. Oh. Feng Jioge's eyes flashed with joy, he said sincerely, I would like to hear the details. Almost at the same time, another intense battle also ended. Huff huff huff, Fairy Jiang Yu and the rest were all injured, they breathed roughly, they were in a pathetic state. Humph. I was captured by you today because I was not skilled enough, if you want to kill me or torture me, do as you wish. But if you want my immortal goo and immortal materials, hee, you can forget about it. Qin Baisheng, who had failed to break out of the encirclement, was covered in blood. He had a tragic aura. Fairy Jiang Yu shook her head, smiling bitterly. Lord Vice Envoy, we do not dare to take your life. I have already said it before, you are our leader. Humph. Qin Baisheng's expression was cold, he was still vigilant. Nonsense. To get my immortal goo and immortal materials, you made up such a clumsy excuse. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Lord Vice Envoy, you are a member of Shadow Sect. The reason why you cannot remember secrets is because your soul was modified. Fairy Jiang Yu explained patiently. Bullshit. Qin Baisheng shouted angrily without hesitation, since something was done to my soul. As the main body, why can't I sense any traces of it? Next time, I will make up a more believable lie. Fairy Jiang Yu's smile became even more bitter. The black-robed Gu Immortal said, Lord Vice Envoy, think about it from another perspective. We are not stupid. Of all the excuses, you have to use this one. There are no traces of modification in the soul, that is because we used a supreme method of our sect. Even a rank 9 Gu Immortal might not be able to find any clues. But there is a problem, it is too perfect, the user will not be able to sense it. After a long time, the user will become a completely different person. Milord, this plan was originally designed and implemented by you, Milord. I have tried to persuade Lord that this method is very dangerous. Lord Envoy back then was a good example. Unfortunately, Lord insisted on it. It is said that to deceive the enemy, one has to deceive oneself first. This soul path immortal goo contains Lord's missing soul. As long as Lord fuses it into your body, you will understand the cause and effect. Fairy Jiang Yu said as she took out a soul path immortal goo. Qin Baisheng looked at this immortal goo, silent. Fairy Jiang Yu continued, actually, Lord Vice Envoy must have seen it. In the intense battle earlier, we did not use any killing intent. Even when we were heavily injured by you, we did not use any killing intent. I will return this immortal goo to you, feel free to inspect it. The soul path immortal goo flew out. It slowly landed in front of Qin Baisheng. He really gave it to me. Shui Songzi, who was at the side, watched in shock. He Chen was expressionless, he healed his injuries as he observed. Qin Baisheng was very vigilant, he used all sorts of methods to inspect it, confirming that the immortal goo had no problems. Then, he took it and carefully inspected it with his consciousness. Soon after, he found that this immortal goo had a lump of soul inside. And this lump of soul was vaguely related to him. There was an extremely close connection between them. Qin Baisheng's gaze hesitated for a moment before he suddenly snickered, he pinched his finger and crushed the immortal goo, scoundrel. This method is the true trump card, right? Even though I considered myself to be knowledgeable, I couldn't see any flaws in it. But if you want to lure me into a trap, no matter how glib your tongue is, you will still fail miserably. This. Shui Songzi cried out, his heart aching. This was an immortal goo, but it was crushed just like that. He Chen was also slightly shocked, he could not help but feel a trace of admiration towards Qin Baisheng's actions. This was an action that could only be done with absolute confidence. Even when Qin Baisheng was in a desperate situation, his confidence in himself had never wavered. He Chen could not help but ask himself, if it was him, facing such words from the enemy, what would he do? Lord Vice Envoy, you. The black-robed Gu Immortal cried out in shock, he was at a loss. What do we do now? No worries. Fairy Jiang Yu's lips curled up, as expected, only Lord Vice Envoy understands himself the most. If this were any other place, the immortal Gu would be crushed, and the soul would vanish. But fortunately, we went through a lot of trouble to bring you here. What is this place? Qin Baisheng shouted. The surroundings were covered in fog, as Fairy Jiang Yu waved her sleeves, strong winds blew as the fog dispersed, revealing the stone walls. Qin Baisheng, He Cheng, Shuesong Zi, and the rest discovered that they were in a valley. Luopa Valley. Qin Baisheng took a few glances, his mind shaking. As expected of Lord Vice Envoy. Fairy Jiang Yu waved her sleeves again, countless goo worms flew out of the valley, using a vast number of white lotus giant silkworm goo as the foundation, forming a super goo formation. The goo formation activated with great power, He Lang Zi, He Cheng, Shuesong Zi, and the rest were shocked. Whoosh! Ah! Qin Baisheng screamed. The flute music lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before stopping. Dozens of goo worms, including many immortal goo, flew out of the valley, entering Qin Baisheng's immortal aperture like swallows returning to their nest. Qin Baisheng had recovered his strength. Finally, I'm back. Qin Baisheng looked at his hands, his voice was deep and his gaze was cold. This subordinate pays his respects to Lord Deputy Envoy and welcomes your safe return. Fairy Jiang Yu and the black-robed Gu Immortal knelt on the ground, He Cheng and Shuesong Zi bowed slightly. As for He Lang Zi, he was still arrogant and unruly, he crossed his arms and watched coldly. Qin Baisheng recalled everything, he snorted coldly, Feng Jioge. I will remember this, I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Jiang Yu, did you only find these people? With just these people, we cannot take down Langya blessed land. It was my fault. Fairy Jiang Yu quickly lowered her head and admitted her mistake. He Cheng and Shuesong Zi's expressions changed slightly. He Lang Zi opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth as he roared, Qin Baisheng, it's fine if you act mysterious, but you dare to look down on me? Chapter 779. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, He Lang Zi was like a pile of meat paste, lying at the center of the pit. He struggled, trying to get up, but his body felt like it was being pressed down by a formless mountain, he could not move at all. He Lang Zi's eyes were bloodshot, his expression was distorted as he screamed. Qin Baisheng's hands were hanging down, he stood at the edge of the pit expressionlessly, looking at the struggling He Lang Zi. One move, just one move and He Lang Zi could not retaliate. Shuesong Zi's eyes were filled with shock. He Cheng squinted, concealing the intense emotions in his heart as he thought rapidly, what immortal killer move is this? With just one use, He Lang Zi could not even use a single killer move. He Lang Zi could not move, but he showed no signs of being pressured. This should be a soul path killer move. As for Fairy Jiang Yu, she was not surprised at all. As for the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal, his entire face was covered in a hood, his expression could not be seen. If you have the guts, make me use my killer move. Attacking me first, what kind of skill is that? I am not convinced. He Lang Zi gritted his teeth, he laid in the pit, looking up at Qin Baisheng, speaking with much difficulty and anger. Qin Baisheng snorted in disdain, looking down at He Lang Zi as his lips curled up, attacking first is the advantage, as a demonic path Gu Immortal, you don't understand this? It seems that I overestimated you. True. Length. Wind. In a battle of literature, who cares if you are convinced or not? As long as you win, it is skill. Saying so, Qin Baisheng paused, his tone was cold as ice, right now, I am the knife, you are the meat. You are at my mercy. You have to submit to me whether you want to or not. I will give you 3 breaths of time to submit to me. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot. He Lang Zi did not hesitate, I submit. Qin Baisheng laughed heartily, releasing the restriction. He Lang Zi felt his body relax, he laughed sinisterly as he used his immortal killer move. At once, a piercing light burst out. The light came and went quickly, it dissipated quickly. A ferocious giant wolf appeared in the huge pit. The giant wolf opened its bloody mouth and immediately pounced towards Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng stood at the edge of the pit, his tiny figure in stark contrast to the giant wolf. The giant wolf's attack had yet to arrive. It had already set off a huge gust of wind. The intense winds caused the Gu Immortal's robes to flutter loudly. He Lang Zi transformed into a giant wolf and attacked furiously. His aura was vast and mighty. Shui Song Zi and He Qing quickly retreated to avoid being implicated. Qin Baisheng's position was the closest. Seeing the giant wolf charging towards him. However, he did not move at all. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that He Lang Zi's attack did not surprise him. Boom! Another loud boom resounded in everyone's ears. The giant wolf whimpered and suddenly fell from the sky. Its 4 paws were on the ground, and a huge pressure was pressing down on its body. He Lang Zi was the same as before, once again unable to move. Within the huge eyes of the wolf, he looked at Qin Baisheng and yelled, "This move again. What kind of move is this? It's not a big deal to tell you." Qin Baisheng chuckled. This immortal killer move is called soul suppression. With my soul foundation, I can directly suppress your soul. Even though you are strong, this move targets your soul. You do not have an immortal transformation that counters soul path. No matter what beast you turn into, you will not be my match. He Lang Zi, I will give you one last chance now. Submit to me, or die. Facing such a powerful Qin Baisheng, He Lang Zi fell into silence. He Qing and Shui Song Zi looked at each other, feeling a bad feeling. Sha Huang. Feng Jioge looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest who were leaving, muttering to himself. The information we got this time has no practical use at all. Beside Feng Jioge, Central Continent Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming mumbled in dissatisfaction. No, we have already obtained a lot of information. Feng Jioge chuckled. Firstly, this immortal zombie Sha Huang was able to join Zombie Alliance. It proves that he is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Maybe he is not a native of Northern Plains, but he is definitely a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Secondly, since he is in disguise, he cannot show his true appearance to others. Finally, he has a great expert or force supporting him. This force is likely to be the culprit behind the 88-point Jinyang Tower incident. Lord Zhou is right. Towards Feng Jioge's deduction, the other 3 immortals nodded in agreement. What should we do next? Feng Jioge thought about it before saying, we will meet up with Old Oracle and the rest first. We will tell him the information we obtained. It will be easier for him to make deductions. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. What? You have not gathered all the soft jade sand yet? Old Ancestor Shui Hu held the list as he asked unhappily. He was questioning Snowy Mountain's 4th peak's Li Pengqing. Li Pengqing, who was fierce and unruly, lowered his head as he said respectfully, Old Ancestor, please don't be angry. I encountered a group of sky chief beasts. I had to stop my collection. If I go to White Heaven again, I will definitely succeed. Go and prepare. I am not targeting you, but you made such a mistake in the first round of collecting immortal materials. How will you convince the masses in the future, and sit firmly on the 4th spot? You were raised by me, your performance was the worst in this round. How will the other peak lords look at me? Old Ancestor Shui Hu said a few more words before waving his sleeves, sending the apologizing Li Pengqing out of the hall. Li Pengqing was unlucky this time. He encountered the Sky Chief Beast group. He was heavily injured, but he still managed to bring a portion of the soft jade sand. It was not easy. After Li Pengqing left, a female immortal walked out from the back of the hall. In the entire Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, only this female immortal could speak to Old Ancestor Shui Hu in such a tone. Old Ancestor Shui Hu turned his gaze towards the female immortal, his expression becoming gentler. wife, you do not know the crux of the matter, that is why you feel that I am too harsh on these peak lords. I searched Ma Hongyun's soul, and found out about this kid's experiences. The fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu's power was truly terrifying. Do you think Li Pengqing's appearance was a coincidence? Absolutely not. Not just him, the other peak lords are more or less collecting immortal materials. There are unforeseen circumstances. All of this is because fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu is secretly influencing us. Any action that is detrimental to its host will attract the retaliation of fortune. It is suppressing our luck. There is such a thing. The female immortal, Lady Wan Shou, asked in surprise. According to the theory of luck path, as Gu immortals, we naturally have extraordinary luck to protect ourselves. But fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu is the emperor of luck, we will also be affected. The longer we delay, the more unforeseen circumstances will occur. Not only will the Gu refinement fail in the end, it might even cause a huge disaster. Old ancestor Xuehu explained in detail. As the second peak lord, Lady Wan Shou understood. After thinking for a while, she frowned. Isn't this refining Gu for me? It will be a huge hindrance. Lady Wan Shou was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu immortals of Northern Plains. According to old ancestor Xuehu's plan, she would be the final refinement, using Ma Hongyun as the main material. To refine fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu. Old ancestor Xuehu nodded, so in this Gu refinement. Not only do we need to prepare several portions of Gu refinement immortal materials, we also need to use other luck path immortal Gu to protect our luck. Thankfully, we have Ma Hongyun as the main material. Compared to refining fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu out of nothing, we can save a lot of immortal materials. Even so, we need to prepare too many immortal materials, it is almost beyond the endurance of Snowy Mountain. This Gu refinement is truly a huge matter. We have used up almost all of our life's accumulations. Lady Wan Shou was frowning with worry. Old ancestor Xuehu smiled. He held her waist and consoled, "Wife, are you worried that the Gu refinement will fail?" Lady Wan Shou nodded, looking at her husband. Even a refinement path great grandmaster will fail. Not to mention me. Ha ha ha, wife, relax and refine, regardless of success or failure, I will accept it without a trace of resentment. I have already used up all of my potential to reach my current cultivation level, I am losing confidence in the upcoming calamities and tribulations. Fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu is my hope, sigh, I hope I can make it in time. Old ancestor Xuehu sighed deeply. Fang Yuan, bring down that chest of goods. The caravan steward pointed at a chest and shouted. Yes. Fang Yuan replied, quickly climbing onto the black-skin fat beetle and bringing down the largest wooden chest. This kid actually has strength path cultivation level, I was wrong about him. Seeing Fang Yuan easily complete the task, the caravan steward's eyes shined with a dark light. No, I promised second young master, I cannot fail like this. Thinking of this, the caravan steward waved the whip in his hand and lashed at Fang Yuan's back. Slap. The clothes on Fang Yuan's back were instantly torn, a deep whip mark was left on Fang Yuan's back. Intense pain assaulted his mind, Fang Yuan fell to the ground as fresh blood flowed out of his wound. In his previous life, when he was in a caravan, because he rejected a certain young master's offer, he was suppressed and humiliated, his memories resurfaced. Anger rose in Fang Yuan's heart, but Fang Yuan quickly suppressed it. What are you dilly-dallying for, move faster. The caravan steward scolded Fang Yuan for no reason. Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation level, but he did not need it now. As the saying goes, with a sharp blade in hand, killing intent rises. This was a trap in the dream realm, it was purposely luring him to attack and instigate more anger. After surviving for a day and enduring the steward's harassment, Fang Yuan entered the temporary tent and continued to refine dream path mortal Gu. I have already gone through 5 scenes in this dream realm, I am finally about to succeed. Fang Yuan looked at the Gu worms that were forming, feeling gratified. But who knew that in the middle of the night, at the crucial moment of the Gu refinement, a beast group suddenly attacked the caravan's temporary camp. Even though Fang Yuan had set up defensive methods, he could not resist the beast group's attack. His efforts were in vain. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, leaving the dream realm. He was still in Dang Hun Palace. Inspecting his immortal aperture, he found that Fairy Li Shan had sent a message. It stated her situation, old ancestor Shui who had ordered the Peak Lords to gather immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan had left Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. It was not safe to leave He Lulan alone. Thus, Fairy Li Shan urged Fang Yuan to hurry up. She also told Fang Yuan that something had happened in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Someone was investigating immortal zombie Sha Huang's identity. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.